one time today. Good morning. Happy it's Monday. Happy Monday, everybody. It seems like it's been weeks since I've seen you. Here we are. Big game. Thanks, Em, for guessing Niners hat today. I don't know where it is. I don't know where my Niners hat is, but I wore it yesterday loudly and proudly. Bang, bang, Niner gang. We are one Seahawks victory away from getting to give Cam just so much shit. Em, you guys probably deserved that win. To be honest, I was shocked. I honestly was shocked that the Bears didn't win that. Great call by the 49ers defense at the end there, getting a little pressure on Caleb Williams. Sorry, Izzy Banana. I never know what hat. I really most of the time I choose my hat based on what's closest to me, and I just reorganized my closet yesterday, so this hat was on top already. Yeah, sorry about that. How was Christmas for everybody? I hope it was good. I checked the fuck out, honestly. That's why we're a little late today. I checked out, and then the Niners game ran late last night, and I had kind of a plan, but then all this Minnesota stuff popped up this morning and yesterday, and I just kind of figured we'll go over this stuff. I don't know if you see it I don't know if you see the same stuff I do. A lot of what comes across my timeline is because I follow a bunch of right wingers, and so all they want to talk about right now is the fraud that's going on in Minnesota, and it's been covered. And I thought about not covering it this morning, but if we don't cover it, then everybody's going to say that we're not covering it, and we refuse to talk about any sort of fraud that happens. Or perceived fraud from the left, and so we're going to cover it a little bit today. But it's about as it's a 3-week-old story. That's what we need to know about it. Nothing coming out of the right is new. So when you have a 3-week-old story, and all of a sudden it's the biggest story by a bunch of right wingers, I think I think we can safely say they're trying not to talk about something else, right? What happened there? We'll get into it. Went to the emergency room and had emergency surgery. Jesus, joyful. That's terrible. I don't know what happened to me. I had the most pain. I woke up on the day after Christmas with my hip out of place, and I've been recovering since then. I think it's just I sat a lot. I sat through 2 full movies, which I never go to movies. I sat and watched my daughter do a bunch of art stuff. I just sat way too much over the holiday, and everything hurts. It's just being old, I guess. My favorite show's on. Thanks, Empress. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed it. While you're here, we haven't been live since last Wednesday, so algorithmically, we're going to be a little bit fucked today. If you could do me a favor, just share this out with anybody who you think should watch this today. If you can comment on the videos, use your heart me's on TikTok over there. You know what you need to do to push this out. Over on YouTube, on Twitch, if you're watching there, if you can just share it on any of your social media platforms, and that'll help us get some new eyes. That's the goal this year, is to grow, to continue to get new eyes on real journalism, where we actually cover news instead of just dumbass hype stories. Let's share it with Trump. He won't know how to use them. All right. Patrick, you're here. Patrick, I'm glad to see that you care about fraud. I'm glad that you're here and you're talking about fraud. I hope that after we talk about the fraud in Minnesota, that you stick around and you pay attention to all the other fraud. Otherwise, Patrick, we're going to have to assume that you yourself are a fraud if you don't want to talk about all the fraud coming out of this administration at the same time. So I'm glad you're here. Hope you enjoy it today. Hey, that's the main point, Ak. Yeah, a few bad apples doesn't define a population. Just a reminder, we are crowd-funded, so anything you can do to help us knock out our gift goal every day would be greatly appreciated. Sounds like Jen has something to say.
Yeah, you messed with the layout again.
I did?
You did.
I didn't touch anything. What happened?
Liar,
What's wrong?
Pants on fire.
I haven't touched anything. What's different?
I sent you a screenshot.
All right, we'll adjust it. I opened it when I told you. You heard me opening it in real time.
I know.
Oh, weird.
You probably messed with something.
It's just TikTok. TikTok messes with the format too much. Let me move these over here. Let me know if this fixes it once I move these, Jen. Should fix it. Does that fix it?
A little better.
I'll move the logo.
A little better.
I wonder if it just like defaults back to where we had it, because it seems like the same problem every time.
Well, it's that, and I noticed there's an alert, like new subscriber alert is popping up.
It just disappeared. Just barely when I moved that stuff, it disappeared. So I don't know.
I mean, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Merry Christmas. How was your Christmas? I haven't talked to you at all.
No, we haven't.
That must have been nice.
I mean, kind of. I mean, we text once or twice, but nothing urgent.
All right. Anything you want to tell us over? Did you get engaged or anything over the holidays?
You're so dumb. We've had this conversation. I've already played the Till Death Do Us Part game. I don't want to play again. I won. I'm undefeated in the game.
So you did not get engaged. We can kill those rumors.
No.
Okay.
Definitely did not get engaged. So
I also didn't get engaged. It doesn't seem like you ever
cared about my life, though. That's probably no. I mean, that's not. We've discussed this. You're not supposed to be socializing like that. But Christmas was good. No, we talked about this. Sometimes you don't make the best decisions. So
yeah, that's true. That's accurate.
But no, Christmas was good. Spawn and I, we kind of just hung out at home. So there's all that. So.
Was Spawn? Is this a Labubu Christmas for Spawn? Is that age appropriate?
No, she's not into Labubus.
I don't get it.
Well, she's older. She's 11. She'll be 12 in February.
Is that? So, I don't know the age for Labubus.
I'm not 100% sure either. But she's a little bit more. What's it called? She's on that preteen cusp where she wanted everything. Like beauty related. She got like a skincare fridge.
Fun.
And other skincare stuff. And she also has a really odd, she likes rubber ducks, and she bedazzles the rubber ducks.
Okay.
So she got some larger rubber ducks, and she's
some bedazzling.
I'll send a picture. It's kind of entertaining. But she bedazzles rubber ducks.
Someone said I don't get the Labubus from the Beanie Baby generation. I didn't get Beanie Babies either. I didn't understand that one either. I've tried asking my daughter about Labubus. She just likes them. She takes them everywhere we go. The Labubu comes with us. So
interesting. Are they that expensive?
So there's like different sizes of Labubus, and then they have like a big ass Labubu that's called a Zamomo, which is I actually saw a video of Alex Jones with a Labubu. Let me see if I can find it. Alex Jones like put out a Christmas video with a giant Labubu. Let me see if I can find it. I couldn't believe it.
That sounds odd. The Beanie Babies. I mean, those were. I think my mom got into Beanie Babies at one point. They were supposed to like pay for our college and stuff, but here we are with billionaires. Sucking everything up.
I looked up Labubus to see like how much they're worth. I guess they've been around for a while, because there's some that were released like a long time ago. I saw on eBay they sold for like $10,000.
Those things are so creepy.
Yeah, look at this video of Alex Jones. I don't even know what to make of this. I don't know if this was a paid promotion or would they look alike or what this was about.
I don't always hang out on Christmas Eve or New Year's with my Labubu.
That is so creepy.
But when I do, I hang out with this little particular guy right here. He's not a Democrat. He's not a Republican. He's a populist.
Yeah.
He's a freedom fighter. He's libertarian. He believes in team humanity. And, well, he likes InfoWars.
So that's a Zamomo, I think. These big Labubus are called Zamomos. So I think you actually got it wrong.
Jones and Elon Musk, but most importantly, he likes 6'7". 6'7", baby. That's right, going to 2026. 6'7", then the year 2027. 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", 6'7".
It's not a bad. That's actually a pretty accurate representation of children saying 6'7". I don't know. I don't know why he did that video at all. I have no idea.
I don't know which one's creepier. It's a toss-up for me.
Yeah, I don't know, but there's a freedom fighter, libertarian Labubu right there.
All right. Well, on that note,
yeah, you got anything else to say before we start the show?
I'm thinking. No, that was enough to weird me out for the day. Where's a good place to check the weather forecast in January?
I don't know.
The Winternet.
I did like that one. I liked that one a lot. Thanks, Jen. Happy New Year to you. Live. How am I already getting flagged on fucking TikTok? What do we do to get flagged on TikTok already? They do not like me. Listen, TikTok, we're gonna go down today. I'm 100% sure of it. We just got our account back, and then it got suspended twice again last week. I don't even. What do we do? The Labubu is getting us in trouble now. They don't like Alex. Can you not show Labubus? Also, there's like a weird YouTube. We changed we changed our rules with my daughter on watching YouTube because she knows too much. But she was explaining to me how to tell if a Labubu is real or not and scanning QR codes. And I was like, I got to get out of here. You're not silencing anybody. Facts got gifting suspended. Okay. Yeah, they are. That might be it. It might be because we're talking about other ways to support our show. So anyways, we'll jump into the show today. Welcome back, everybody. Great to have you. Once again, we're crowdfunded, so anything you can do to help us knock out that goal would be greatly appreciated. I'll read anything that you send me. So if you have something that I'm missing in the chat, go ahead and drop a super or any of the other ways that you can drop a comment, and I'll read those. Be happy to do it. Larry Ellison doesn't like us. We don't like Larry Ellison, so that works out. All right, let's jump right into it. Shit, I need to move this. Let me move a couple things around. I'm having a hard time clicking on my outline. I went too far with Streamlabs. There we go. All right. Boom. I didn't even think about that Alex Jones thing. Back-to-back Alex Jones clips to start out the show. Whoever got Alex Jones access in a press pool to talk to Marco Rubio, that person deserves the actual Nobel Prize or the FIFA Peace Prize or any prize. If we can figure out how Alex Jones got this access to question Marco Rubio in the press pool, somebody let me know. We'll send them some flowers. This was the best thing I saw all weekend.
Them sowing instability would be supporting democracy and free speech.
But the Democrats are doing what you said China does.
That you got from Sheryl Sandberg and Jack Dorsey on that question.
I think Facebook now I think it's important for them not to comply with any efforts to sort of go after freedom of expression.
What about the Democrats purging conservatives?
She's
not answering it. Just the Republicans are acting like it isn't happening. Thank God Trump is.
Well, but this guy works for Trump. He doesn't have a microphone. Doesn't know how a press gaggle works. Just Alex Jones, coked up, maybe coked up, allegedly coked up and unfiltered.
Weird, man.
Oh, yeah, it's really weird. There's no purge of conservatives.
I don't know.
There's no shadow banning
Are you
of members of
concerned about
Congress.
bias in social media?
Yeah, who's this guy? We
Are you
deplatformed him.
concerned about bias in social media?
Well, I think the bigger bias is against freedom of expression. Everybody should be. There's a look. I support going after.
It's happening here, but you say I don't exist.
Is that a heckler or a press gaggle?
Look at this guy. He's saying that I don't exist, and they're deplatforming.
I just don't know who you are, man. I don't read
your
websites.
Sure, and they demonize me and these very.
This guy with his AI glasses back here is dying. This is unbelievable.
Here's the question.
And then he plays dumb.
Here's the question.
Infowars.com.
Do you think that does Google, does Facebook, does Twitter, do they need to be regulated do they need to be regulated?
Marco Rubio the snake. Little frat boy here.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Well, who are you?
Yeah, sure.
This guy? I swear to God, I don't
you
know
better
who
hope
you
you
are,
get deplatforming. Tens of millions of views.
Infowars.
Bigger than Rush Limbaugh. He knows who Infowars is.
But
Playing this joke over here. That's why the deplatforming didn't work.
But here's the question. Here's a question.
Wait, don't touch me again, man. I'm asking you not to touch me.
Well, sure, I just patted you nicely.
I know, but I don't want to be. I don't know
you. Want me to get arrested?
I don't know who you are.
It's not just going
to. You're not going to get arrested, man. You're not going to get arrested. I'll take care of it myself.
Oh, he'll beat me up.
I didn't say that.
You know I am, but he's so mad. You're not going to silence me. You're not going to silence America.
But there are.
It's what it's like talking to conservatives, honestly. Like Marco Rubio is figuring out what it's like to talk to MAGA. It's just you just get bombarded with shit. This is like Alex Jones is David. You guys remember David? Is David still around? I shouldn't say the name. He reminds me of David. Just no ability to sit through an entire sentence without freaking the fuck out. Just ready to fight at any time. This is old. This is years old. I don't know. Is it really old? How old is it? What's Rubio talking about in this? I guess that makes sense because Alex Jones still has hair there. All right, well, bring him back. 2018. Thank you. I don't know why I didn't catch that. Either way, I just wanted to show you guys. You're not going to silence me. All right. I do want to cover this, but there is something I'm missing here, and I was working on it before we started, because there's a narrative that's going around on the left, and I don't know where everybody's getting this part. So you guys could maybe help me here. The suspect in the pipe bomb, what are we calling it? Pipe bomb night of the pipe bomb, has now confessed. He said the Virginia man arrested this month on charges of placing 2 pipe bombs in Washington on the night before a pro-Trump mob has given a detailed confession according to court papers released Sunday night. In the public first hint a motive in the case, the document said that the man, Brian J. Cole Jr., felt he needed to speak up after he began to suspect that the 2020 election in which President Trump was defeated had been tampered with. I just don't know where this part's coming from. If anybody finds that exact quote, let me know. That's the part I just want to see his full quote. Papers filed by the Justice Department Federal District Court in Washington gave an extensive description of Mr. Cole's initial interview with the FBI after his arrest. At first, the government's filing said Mr. Cole denied planting the bombs outside the RNC and DNC on the eve of the Capitol attack, but the filing said he admitted to doing so after agents displayed an image captured from surveillance cameras that they showed him in a hooded sweatshirt carrying a backpack on the same route the bomber took that night. If you remember when this broke, I think it broke while we were live, immediately it was every Republican commentator on earth saying that this person was a lefty who was trying to take out the president. And now we know that that's not true. This is somebody who believed a bunch of bullshit. I had a friend of mine. I've never seen them post anything political. They posted the video that we're going to go over here in a minute of the Minnesota fraud. And what I realized with this friend is that his algorithm is going to show him, like, it's going to associate him with Christian nationalists. It's going to associate him with racism. And he's a white guy. He's probably Republican. Doesn't post often. But it gave me a glimpse into what he's seeing. And he thinks he's uncovering a story now that's 3 weeks old. That's what happened here. Larry, Patrick, can we talk about the fact that everybody on your side of the aisle said this was a lefty? Can we talk about that for a minute? And now nobody's even talking about this case at all? Well, not sure, not. Maybe that's how I'm going to cover the Minnesota case. Maybe not. Why is this not a story for you folks anymore? It's a good point when you say like that all of this stuff's a distraction, because I agree with that. But I think it's also exposing something. The right doesn't care about anything. And it's not because they like can't care. They don't know what to care about, and they're afraid to care about anything unless they think it's for sure somebody on the left that did something wrong. We can't sit here and pretend that you guys didn't all say that the pipe bomber was on the left. We can't sit here and pretend that you guys didn't post the picture of a woman who is a law enforcement officer who worked for Capitol Police. We can't pretend that you guys, that Glenn Beck and the Blaze didn't make a whole show about her, that you guys weren't digging through her entire life, posting pictures of her real name, where she worked, doxing this woman to the point where now like she can't go do her job. We can't pretend you didn't do that. How are you guys so able to pretend that you and all of the people on your side didn't do that? Fox News covered it. The Blaze covered it. OAN covered it. Newsmax covered it. Benny Johnson covered it. Tim Pool covered it. I don't know if Ben Shapiro did, so I won't say that. Steven Crowder covered it. Matt Walsh covered it. Everybody covered it. Everybody showed that woman. And now that he's on your side, or at least he fell for some of your bullshit, we're just not going to talk about it anymore. And we have to keep addressing Benny Johnson and Matt, like, no matter how many times they lie to you, you don't seem to care. What do we do about this, righties? Where are you? Larry, Patrick, what do I do with you guys today? How do we take anything that you say seriously in the comments today? I know a lot of people already have tuned you out, but I'm trying to like hear what you have to say. I do want to know what you guys are thinking. How do we take anything you guys talk about seriously from now on? Jocelyn Ballantine is deep state crook. She's prosecuting pipe bomber. It's all a cover up. Jocelyn. Hold on. Jocelyn Ballantine. I don't know who that is. Let's see. What's her? Jocelyn Ballantine. I think maybe you spelled it wrong. So the assistant U.S. attorney who also prosecuted the Proud Boys and won. It's handling. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're doing here. So the Proud Boys who had an actual plan to overthrow the government. It was an open and shut case. It was easy to prosecute and get a conviction on the Proud Boys. You're saying that she's a deep state and it's a cover up because Trump pardoned the Proud Boys? Is that what it is? So Dems have to be held accountable. They want to escape without criticisms. Exactly. Did we say anything here? Do we have anything from Larry? Larry, do you, at the very least, do you want to acknowledge that everybody jumped to conclusions and put this woman's life in jeopardy? All to find out later on that this person was Trump supporter all along? How about the killing? Well, actually, we'll cover it. We'll just go down the story or down the outline. I'm going to skip number 3. Who is this? Casey. Oh, new profile picture, Casey. Lovely. Very patriotic profile picture there, Casey. Thanks for being here. And all mods, W mods, for being here today. I'm going to cover this story first, and then we'll jump into we're going to talk about Epstein, we're going to talk about Minnesota, and we're going to talk about Russia, and that should take up most of the time. But I first want to play this clip from MSNBC or MS Now, I guess, Chris Hayes, because all of this stuff politically is damaging, national security-wise. It's damaging. It's damaging to our culture, our inability now to pay attention to news, our willingness now to only listen to people who are outrageous and say outlandish things on the internet. It's important to remember that under this administration, people are dying and diseases are coming back. Thank you, Giselle.
In just a few days, 2025 will end with the most confirmed measles cases this country has recorded since we officially eliminated the disease in 2000. This year began with a measles outbreak raging in an under-vaccinated West Texas community, then spreading to New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Kansas.
Thanks also, Sophia, for starting the dollar train and said, by the way, still on my paid vacation. Rude. And 11 months as a member. Thank you.
Now, 365 days and 50 confirmed outbreaks later, this virus is surging in the state of South Carolina, hitting another community where vaccination rates have fallen. None of this is an accident. For the past year, our public health system has been led by an anti-vaccine activist and zealot who has been working every day to bring back vaccine-preventable diseases like measles. There's really no other way to say it. And now Health Secretary Kennedy is reportedly considering more changes to the childhood vaccine schedule, including the removal of 7 of the 17 vaccines American kids currently get under that schedule.
What's terrifying about this is if I'm going to take RFK in the best light possible, what I have to say about RFK is that he won't admit when he's wrong. When he's wrong, he doubles down. If you want to go further than that and say RFK wants to hurt people, that's fine. You can have your own opinion. We can all draw that. But if I'm trying to take what RFK is doing in the kindest light possible, what I have to say is when he's wrong, he doubles down on it. He does not admit that he's wrong. And that's a problem when you feel an entire administration full of egomaniac, like rich people. Especially RFK, like Nepo baby, egomaniac. He's been proven wrong for 20 plus years. And every time he gets proven wrong, he doubles down on it. Kids are going to die. People are going to get sick. We had Joe Rogan up. Joe Rogan this weekend or last week was on his podcast saying that when he was a kid, we used to just get measles. We just got measles, and then we all got better, and then we had immunity for the rest of our life. He didn't remember that measles and chickenpox are different things. We have a nation full of dipshits now, and you guys on the right have fundamentally and maybe at least not, I wouldn't say permanently, but for a while you have fucked up people's ability to find information that's true. This is one of those instances. It's a war on truth. It's a war on reality. And if you don't like the reality that's being presented to you by the news organizations, you just go find somebody like Candace Owens who will create a new reality. And then you follow that instead.
Dr. Peter Hotez is a vaccine expert and pediatrician. He's dean for the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine, author of the book Science Under Siege, How to Fight the 5 Most Powerful Forces that Threaten Our World, and he joins me now. Dr. Hotez, it's great to have you. Let me ask you first about the measles situation. Where do you see things right now in terms of...
That's a good point. USA was never more uneducated than now. Yeah, look, my entire life, the Republican Party, including the time when I was there, has been attacking education. They want science to be wrong because science is kind of an enemy to God. I think that's mostly like why people got on board with it. People want God to be right. They want science to be wrong. And when science conflicts with God, they'll side with God instead. And that's where we're at now. I don't know a single MAGA that's in my life that trusts scientists and doctors anymore. And that's a sad thing because the distrust in the scientific community or in the medical community should be with the capitalists. The people that run pharmaceutical companies, the sales reps, the people that are worried about their stock price. That's where our distrust should be. But somehow they've been able to spin this narrative so that it's actually the scientists and the doctors who are the problem.
Where were the trajectory of this year?
I wouldn't even say that until they get sick and need one. A friend of mine, we haven't spoken in person for a while, but he wound up leaving the Mormon church because of COVID. Because the prophet at the time said you should get vaccinated, who, again, was a heart surgeon. And he's like, no, I don't trust him. So he left the Mormon church because he didn't want to be vaccinated. He had a son who has some sort of chronic illness. They don't know what it is, but they won't go see a doctor. All they'll ever do is go see like holistic practitioners. And their son has been sick for like 2.5 years. They have no idea what it is, but they won't go see a doctor. He's a smart guy. He runs a very successful business. He's got, I think 5 or 6 kids. Sweetheart of a guy, nicest guy in the world. I could call him today and say, hey man, I need some help, and he'd be here. We haven't talked in years. But he just got duped by an algorithm. And now like kids are suffering.
Year's outbreak.
Yeah, I mean, it's been horrible, Chris. I mean, because we talked about the cases, but we haven't really talked about is in my state of Texas, in West Texas, we had almost 100 hospitalizations of kids, which, by the way, Mr. Kennedy said was due to quarantine and isolation. That wasn't true. They were sick with measles, pneumonia, and other measles complications. We had 2 needless deaths among school-age kids who didn't have to die, other than the fact that the parents listened to the anti-vaccine nonsense and decided not to vaccinate them. So those were needless deaths. So that was a massive epidemic. Then it was followed.
We'll pass legislation. We'll create a whole border strategy. We'll go after innocent people in this country because of the acts of one person who was here illegally, who committed a crime against Lake and Riley. We'll do that. And we'll go ahead and we'll package everybody who's here legally or illegally in this country. We'll package them all together as a threat to America because something happened to Lake and Riley. But when children die because they believe RFK, nothing. We're just going to double down on bad policy.
Followed back to back with a large one in Arizona and Utah, another one in South Carolina. So, usually the CDC was the group that established.
What do you think happened here? Lots of measles. Vaccine, measles, mostly gone. Start seeing anti-vax movement here. This is going to be 2012. This is the rise of the Tea Party. This is the rise of Sarah Palin. Then what do you have here? QAnon. And what do you have here? MAGA. You can tie these to right-wing movements. It's the same groups of people. And you're right when you say crunchy hippies, like there's some crossover here because the distrust of the government and this idea, like, or the goal to be more natural and rely on nature, that has crossover with like hippies. But that's where these movements all started. And it's the same people benefiting every single time. Well, who would I tie them to, Billy? What left-wing extremists would I tie this to? Let's go to 2012. What left-wing extremist groups? You might be right, Billy, but help me out. What left-wing extremist groups would have been? 2012. What left-wing extremist group would we see in like 2018? Antifa. Antifa didn't advocate to not be vaccinated, Billy. You know what we're talking about measles, right? The members of Antifa don't advocate that we not be vaccinated. You just wanted to say Antifa? He said something about the right. I must bring up Antifa. It's very important. Do you have a name of somebody I should look at with Antifa? Oh, I should tie this into people that are here illegally? Well, it's happening mostly in red states, mostly not border states. Antifa is a terrorist organization. We get it, Billy. Billy, you got to change your name to Billy No Talent. This is tough for you. That was a bad argument. I feel bad. Sorry, everybody, that I thought Billy would give us a legitimate argument here. But Billy's just going to repeat a bunch of catchphrases at us.
The criteria for saying whether or not a country had eliminated measles, and that is no sustained transmission for 12 months. So we haven't connected all the dots and connecting all these epidemics. But let's face it, measles is back, Chris. Measles is back in America. And by the way, measles is not the only one. Whooping cough, pertussis is back. We've had a six-fold rise from 2023 to 2024. Looks like those numbers are going to be sustained throughout 2025. And Mr. Kennedy's off to the races. So what does he do during our measles epidemic? He publicly gets up there and says the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, the MMR, is a leaky vaccine. It's not, whatever that means. And he says it declines 4% in immunity per year. That's not true. It declines, if anything, 0.04.
Nepo baby, not an expert. MTV reality star, lobbyist, not an expert. How many non-experts do we have in this administration running important sectors of our government? Almost all of them. Hotez, the liar from COVID. This is the problem that we have with all of you. I don't think there's a single one of you that could explain to me what these people lied about with COVID. You all say the same thing. Every time. And we're not going to get into that because TikTok's going to ban me. But if you ever want to talk about this, you're welcome to come up and we'll shut down TikTok so that we can just have a debate. And you can tell me what people lied about. You have all just become a team. Anybody who has spoken out about COVID and about the anti-vax movement, they're just your enemy now. We still don't know where it came from. If you are somebody who says COVID came from blank and you name a place, you're wrong. Or you're not, I guess not you're wrong. You're being definitive and you don't have the information to back that up. We still don't know where it came from. Could have come from a lab, could have come from a wet market, could have been an engineered bio. It could have been anything. We will never know. Unless somehow China just lets us in there to investigate, which they're not going to do, and it's probably too late at this point anyways. We will never know.
4%, off by a factor of 100. Then he says the MMR vaccine, the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, is contaminated with aborted fetal remnants. That's not true. Then, and the list goes on. Now he wants the drug companies to...
Sorry, if guys, you can't do misinformation in the chat, please. You can't say 100% that COVID came from a lab because you don't have evidence to back that up. And YouTube and TikTok and Twitch are serious about that. So please don't say that. Please don't say it's 100%. We may have to start getting rid of you because I don't want to be responsible for your comments.
Separate the M from the R, which would require 5 to 7 years and hundreds of millions of dollars, which the drug companies will never do. So he's trying to make measles, mumps, rubella vaccine unavailable. Then he's moving on to the diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus vaccine by saying he wants to remove the
I'm going to end it right there. Just a reminder that we are less safe, and this chat alarmingly explains it. We are not a country who believes in science anymore or data anymore. You can't be an anti-vaxxer and say that the data's on your side because it's not on your side. There's no. I've read every study that you guys are mentioning here, every one of them. My family and friends are full of COVID-19 conspiracy theorists. They send me stuff and I read it because fun fact about me, I hate needles. I'm afraid of needles. I hate getting shots. I never got flu shots. I may not have got COVID shots if I didn't get so sick from COVID before there was a vaccine. So my ex got I forget what they even call it, but it was a symptom of long COVID for like almost 2.5 years. She couldn't eat anything. Everything tasted like garbage. The only two things she could eat that didn't taste like garbage were avocado toast and macaroni and cheese. And she ate that every day for 2.5 years. And she had to go in and get a procedure done. I don't even remember what they did. They went up through her nose. They had to like kill some nerve endings and then a bunch of like therapy. And eventually it got back. But still to this day, can't do peanut butter, can't do any sort of nut at all. It just tastes like trash. It makes her sick. There's a bunch of different things in there that she still deals with. I got myocarditis. I wound up in the emergency room thinking I was having a heart attack. I may not have. I don't know. Just based on the people that I was around, I may not have followed the science if I didn't get so sick. But because I got so sick, because I had a newborn at the time, and because her mom was so sick, I did do my own research. But I did real research. It wasn't like I turned on Joe Rogan and listened to some guy and decided that what that person was saying was true. I checked what they had to say. So I watched all those debates. I watched Weinstein. I watched Bhattacharya. I watched RFK. I watched Dr. Malone. I read what they put out. They didn't prove any of it. If you're somebody who's naming those names, just know they haven't proven any of this. They just want you to believe them. And they all made a fortune off of this. A fortune. Some of them got jobs in the White House because of this. So let's just be clear on why I'm upset with this administration. They're making people more sick. And I live in a conservative place. My daughter goes to a school full of conservatives, lots of freedom shirts at my daughter's school. I'm very concerned that these kids aren't going to be vaccinated and they're going to get my kid vaccinated. Or sick. That makes me nervous. I don't want my daughter coming home with something. If any of you live in a red state, you understand what I'm talking about. I don't want my daughter around a bunch of sick kids all the time. She gets sick enough. Say, who was that? ICU nurse here, and these anti-vax drive me mad. Yeah. All right. I want to go to this, and this is going to be a little bit of a narrative. What I saw today when I jumped on social media was an obvious attempt and a coordinated attempt from right-wingers to not talk about serious issues and instead try and deflect on a bunch of other stuff. This is a record that came out of the Epstein files. The record locator, if you want to look it up. So let's see. Never mind. She didn't have that. This is the record locator for a flight. This is from American Airlines. You can see the passenger information, which is now redacted here. You can see a phone number there, and you can see their flights. This is from Julie Brown, not Dr. Julie Brown. Julie Brown. She's a journalist for the Miami Herald. She's one of the people most known for uncovering the sweetheart deal that Epstein got in Florida and walking through how Alex Acosta wouldn't meet with victims, didn't talk with any of the victims, didn't confer with victims before they gave a plea deal, just gave a plea deal. Veteran, good to see you, by the way. I don't think that that claim of 315,000 fraudulent votes in Georgia, I haven't checked in about a week, but the data that they gave me that they're citing, you can't prove. It's just a hypothesis. So I don't know. If you have more data on that, send it to me. I'll be happy to go over it. Anyways, she said, Julie Brown, does somebody at the DOJ want to tell me why my American Airlines booking information and flights in July 2019 are part of the Epstein files? As the flight itinerary includes my maiden name and I did book this flight, why was the DOJ monitoring me? Now, people on the right have said this is just standard because it was part of the Epstein investigation, that part of a grand jury information would include flight records, but somebody's going to have to explain that to me. She was a journalist and she was covering Epstein. Why would the Department of Justice, Trump's Department of Justice, be monitoring her flights or monitoring her at all? Olivia, we'll get there about this, the Somalis in Minnesota. We'll get there. But why is our DOJ tracking a journalist? Trump's DOJ. Who's in the Trump administration at that time? Alex Acosta, right? The guy who gave the sweetheart deal. Was he forced to step aside? No, he was able to resign. Here's Brian Tyler Cohen. Not a huge fan of Brian Tyler Cohen all the time. I think he's doing a good job here trying to connect some of these dots. And shout out to MAGA Cold Slayer on Twitter, who always finds great clips and reposts them. Here's Brian Tyler Cohen trying to connect some of these dots.
Reporter covering this pedophile ring. Julie K. Brown is the Miami Herald reporter whose investigation led to the arrests of Epstein and Maxwell. She just posted, quote, "Does somebody at the DOJ want to tell me why my American Airlines booking information and flights in July 2019 are part of the Epstein files, attached to a grand jury subpoena? As the flight itinerary includes my maiden name and I did book this flight, why was the DOJ monitoring me?" And she included a document from the files that outlines her travel from July 2019. Now, a few things to point out here about that particular moment in time. The president in July 2019 was Donald Trump, meaning Trump's DOJ was tracking this reporter who was investigating Jeffrey Epstein. Also at that time, Trump's labor secretary was a guy named Alexander Acosta, the former U.S.
Is there anybody here who's an attorney? Is there is there something I'm missing here? Is there a reason that we would be monitoring her flights? I'm reading through the chat. I have no idea. I looked, I tried to research it. I went to some attorneys who are covering this. I don't know any reason why we would be monitoring her flights.
Attorney who gave Epstein a sweetheart non-prosecution deal, who was in his position until the same month, July 2019, at which point he resigned. Just weeks later, on August 10th, 2019, Epstein was found dead in his prison cell. Now,
well, I would say, when you said same reason they monitored Tulsi Gabbard, no, Tulsi Gabbard was meeting with world leaders. People seen as opposition to the United States, as enemies. That makes sense. You could say that we shouldn't do that, and we could probably have a debate on whether or not it was warranted, but it's not the same thing. There was something there for us to track Tulsi on. There was at least an accusation. What's the accusation here? That she's investigating people that are in the Trump administration?
Now, that might all be a coincidence, and it might not. The news raises a lot of questions, chief among them, why was the Trump administration, Trump's own DOJ, tracking and investigating the reporter who was investigating Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell? Why were they tracking her travel? Were they following Julie Brown before Epstein's arrest on July 8th or after Epstein's arrest? And finally, what did Trump's DOJ know that it felt the need to launch this investigation? I want to be clear. It is not normal for the DOJ to start tracking reporters, and certainly not their personal air travel.
That sounds true. I can't find any evidence that this would be normal standard procedure. Thank you, Popcorn Kate, for joining the Dollar Train.
So ask yourself why the DOJ might have been especially interested in this particular reporter. Remember, as I mentioned before, Trump appointed the U.S. attorney who gave Epstein his sweetheart deal as a cabinet member, which frankly wouldn't be the first time that Trump has done a favor for someone in Epstein's orbit. This is how he's spoken about Ghislaine Maxwell, for example, who's Epstein's accomplice and a fellow rapist, when asked about her publicly.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in.
Little Frog, I just don't see it as the same with Tulsi. I don't think you're being very objective here. There's something with Tulsi. She's meeting with foreign dignitaries on maybe her own dime. We don't even know why she was meeting with them, but she was meeting with them. There's nothing here with Julie Brown other than she was a reporter. You can't say those are the same. You got to be objective. You can still say that you think what they did to Tulsi was wrong. I'd be okay with that. I don't know the details, but they're not the same.
And so a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well, whatever it is. I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it.
The other report asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell.
You wish her well. He wishes everyone well. Why wouldn't he wish her well? In fact, Trump's consistently been notably shy when it comes to offering any of the Epstein files publicly.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassy JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least I think.
Well, that's pretty telling now, isn't it? That's pretty telling now. Yeah, well, maybe. There's a lot of phony stuff in there. Maybe I would. Maybe I wouldn't.
You think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others.
So look, the reality is that I am the furthest thing from a conspiracy theorist, but there are a lot of pieces to this that seem to tell a pretty clear story. Trump was obviously close with Epstein for years. Epstein himself called Trump his closest friend for a decade. Epstein trafficked Virginia Giuffre from Trump's Mar-a-Lago spa. Trump then wins the presidency, appoints the guy who let Epstein off with a slap on the wrist to a cabinet position. Then in a 2018 message, Epstein said about Trump, quote, "I am the one able to take him down." In July 2019, Trump's DOJ is tracking Julie K. Brown, the reporter who was investigating Epstein. Around the same time, Epstein then gets arrested while Trump is president, incarcerated by the Bureau of Prisons while Trump is president, and then is found dead with no video footage while Trump is president. Then in 2024, Trump wins the presidency again and suddenly decides 1,000 FBI agents need to be dedicated to redacting his name out of the Epstein files. He's all over this thing in documents and photos. Then Dan Bongino, who staked his entire brand on exposing the men involved with the Epstein ring, announces his retirement from the FBI. Pam Bondi reneges on her promise to release the files on her desk. The DOJ breaks the law that required the release of all the files by December 19th. And finally, Trump blurts out over Christmas that the DOJ should just stop releasing any files that pertain to Republicans. I'm sorry, but what the fuck are we doing here? Even if this was an after...
Guys, it's all a coincidence. All this stuff is just a coincidence. This is sped up. This is how how MAGA Cult Slayer edited it. Sorry for the speed there.
School special on TV. The writers would be accused of being too heavy-handed. What's next? Trump puts on a shirt that reads, "Not involved with Jeffrey Epstein"? The bad news for the Trump team is that Julie's confusion about being tracked is reaching the right people. The House Oversight Committee Democrats tweeted, "The Department of Justice needs to explain why travel information and booking itineraries for journalists are in the Epstein files."
Yeah. What's the explanation? And what are they doing today? Are they going to tell you about, are they going to answer that question? No, they're not going to answer that question. They're going to talk about Tim Walz all fucking day because they want to do anything but talk about the massive corruption that's happening right in front of us. I do want to point out that Julie Brown appears to be somebody that most of us would agree with. Here is Mike Johnson from earlier this year and Julie Brown's response on CNN. She was right. They have been smearing people like Julie Brown this entire time. While, again, it's important to remind Republicans that since June, they've been lying to you. And now they're just pretending that they didn't lie to you. And you're like, oh, good, I'll pay attention to Minnesota so I don't have to pay attention to the fact that Republicans have done nothing but lie to me for an entire year. And yet I'm still here with my MAGA hat on.
The Democrats had every one of the Epstein files in their possession for the 4 long years of the Biden administration. The Biden Department of Justice had the files the entire time. And not a single one of the people who are so loud and animated right now, they never said anything about it for all those 4 years.
That's what you guys say to us every day. Every time I start covering the Epstein files, there's 15 Republicans in here who say that almost word for word, exactly that. Not only does it not change what's in the files, Johnny, they also weren't allowed to release it. And here's Julie Brown explaining that.
Is that accurate?
Well,
it's not only inaccurate, it's ridiculous. I mean, the case was an open criminal investigation during the Biden administration. They were pursuing charges against Ghislaine Maxwell, as we know. They obtained a conviction, and after that, she appealed. You cannot open up your criminal case files when a case is still open, and by being under appeal, the case still remained open. Also, by the way,
do we understand that, to our MAGA folks? Why didn't Garland do anything? Do you understand that this thing that you use to dismiss, like, we show you Republicans lying. We show you Republicans voting against releasing the Epstein files. We show you Donald Trump threatening Republicans to not vote to release the Epstein files. And you say, well, if the Dems were serious, they would have released it. Well, they couldn't release it. Is she completely incorrect, Billy? Are you allowed to release files during an open investigation and an open appeal? And why weren't Republicans calling for the release at that time then? Why no discharge petition from the Republicans at that time? How come when they brought a discharge petition, why did the Pam Bondi try and open up a new case? She tried to protect these files from being released by opening a new case so that they couldn't release these files. Do you remember that? You remember that? No, Chef Star, you don't get to ignore what we're talking about. But remember, Biden was old. Yeah, we get it. Why is your side lying? And why, when we show that you guys lie, do you immediately talk about something else? Just be honest with yourselves. Like, you're not hurting me. You're not hurting anybody in this chat. Be honest with yourself. Why have you allowed yourselves to be people who are so easily distracted and repeat obvious lies?
We really don't know to what extent.
Don't play both sides, that little frog. I appreciate that you're here. All you're doing is both sides right now. Pay attention. Cover what we're covering. I'm sorry, did the Democrats threaten to not release files? Is there an example that you could show me that Democrats did that was similar to this, where they all voted to keep something hidden? While the president of the United States was threatening them with primaries if they released this information? Don't both sides this shit. It's not brave to both sides. Take a position on issues. You don't have to take a side. Take a position on issues. Did the Republicans try and cover this up? Yes. Did they lie about it? Yes. Are they still lying about it? Yes. Are they currently breaking the law by not releasing all the files and redacting more than they're allowed to? Yes. All of those things are true. How do you miss that? How do you just look past this? Some of you are saying, no, they didn't lie. I'm concerned about some of your abilities to process information.
And they were still trying to hold other people accountable in this case. They obtained a lot more information in the past couple of years from new victims who have come forward, and they may very well have still been investigating other possible charges against other possible people who were involved. It always kind of surprised me that one of the things the Trump administration never said when they came into office, or never mentioned whether the case was still an open investigation or a closed one. And so we're still left wondering what kind of case they were building possibly against some of these other wealthy and powerful people who were involved with Epstein.
When you say Maxwell's case was closed in 2022, Billy, you're wrong again. And I'm expecting, Billy, I'm going to have to mute you if you don't apologize for this. Billy, I need you to Google, when did Maxwell's appeal end? Because, again, you can't release it until the appeal is done. Google when that happened. Come back with the date of when her appeal ended, and then I'll wait, and then we'll take your apology. I'm going to teach you how to do a little research here, Billy. Let's talk about exactly, though, why I think she was being monitored. She was fearless. She was a fearless journalist, which you guys claim, the people on the right claim to love, until that fearless journalism links anybody on the right to Jeffrey Epstein, and then it's no longer fearless journalism. This is about a 6-minute video from Julie Brown This was from, I believe, what year was this? This is from ABC News Australia in 4 years ago.
Millionaire financier Jeffrey Epstein once rubbed shoulders with the world's rich and powerful. In 2008, he became a convicted sex offender, found guilty on 2 counts of solicitation of prostitution, one of these with a minor. After 13 months in prison, he was released.
Yeah, left and right need to join force against all these liars. We're there. The left is there. We're against these liars. We need you guys to join us against these liars, not just the ones that aren't Trump.
No federal charges were laid. A decade later, a Miami Herald reporter published an expose on Epstein, speaking to a number of his victims. It sparked a federal investigation.
I was 16.
By the way, to answer the question on the final appeal, her appeal was rejected in September of 2024. Then she appealed to the Supreme Court, and they refused to hear it on October 6th of this year. So basically, her appeal process was done October 6th of this year. I'm not sure the rules, but at the earliest that anybody could have released these files was September of 2024, if that allows them to. I'm not sure if, because she's appealing to the Supreme Court, if it could still be heard, or be released. I'm not sure on that. But at the very least, it was Billy. Yes, they do stop the release of the files, Billy. Look that up. Now you got more. Now you've got more to look up, Billy. If a case is being appealed, does that prevent the release of the files?
I started going to him when I was like 14 turning 15.
In July 2019, Epstein was arrested on charges of sex trafficking.
He knows exactly what he's done, and I hope he comes clean about it.
He pleaded not guilty, but never faced trial after being found dead in his jail cell a month later. It was ruled as a suicide. Now his longtime associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, is facing criminal charges for recruiting teenage girls for Epstein. Her trial is expected to take place in November. She's pleading not guilty. Julie K. Brown is the reporter who broke the story and has a new book out called Perversion of Justice.
I was on the left until they ignored your pleas about military intelligence-led neurowarfare. And now are you siding? That's fine. I don't mind if you left the Democrat Party for that. But if you are now on the right, then I don't think you understood what you were reading. Because now if you're on the side of like Palantir, then I'm not sure you understood why you left.
Julie Brown, when you went back to look at the Jeffrey Epstein case, you realised that the missing voices were those of the victims. Why do you think that was?
Well, they didn't. The prosecutors the state prosecutors, of course, handled the case and dropped the ball. And then the Department of Justice federal system took over the case. And from the get-go, they didn't ever treat these women as victims. Remember, they accepted money for doing this. So in their mind, in any way, they thought, that these girls would be viewed by the jury if they would take it to trial as prostitutes. Now, keep in mind that these were 13, 14-year-old girls, number one. And number two,
that's Alex Acosta. Sorry, we can't bring these victims in here because the jury, he's just presupposing that the jury would view these teenage girls as sex workers. That's why they didn't let the women testify. He just made that decision.
Not a transactional exchange where they went to the girls and said, we want to have sex with you and you're going to get money for it. They used fraud and coercion in order to get the girls to do this. They weren't upfront about what he was doing. They sort of tricked them by saying, you're just going to give this guy a massage. So that's the problem with their argument. But they nevertheless, even to some degree intimidated these victims by telling them or implying that they had broken the law.
You document an horrendous pattern of authorities overruling investigators who thought they had a pretty watertight case. Was that just corruption, or is there some systemic bias in the system?
The kind of corruption...
Actually, America Dying Slow, you're kind of right there. Alex Acosta did basically say that he was told to not prosecute. But like the CIA, the FBI, they can't tell him that. They can't direct a state level investigation. Right?
That this involved was not a suitcase full of money being exchanged under a table. This is the kind of corruption that isn't necessarily on the books as a crime, but it's corruption of the entire system, that when you have a wealthy man such as Epstein be able to use his money and his influence to manipulate the system the way he did.
And that seemed to involve things like star names, like lawyers like Alan Dershowitz and Ken Starr rolling into town and sort of bamboozling the local authorities.
The things that they were pointing to were just things that, all teenage girls were involved in. They were drinking beer, they were, experimenting with sex. They were using foul language, those kinds of things. And somehow Epstein's lawyers put this in front of the prosecutor, and the prosecutor started having cold feet about, taking on this case.
You contend in your book that a lot of this has got to do with class.
Epstein could have had the most expensive prostitutes ever. I mean, he had the money to buy, very good hookers, but he didn't want that. His thrill was to target and prey upon vulnerable girls. In most cases, these girls came from homes where their parents were working 2 and 3 jobs. They weren't around. In some cases, their parents were addicted to drugs. They were in foster homes. A couple of them even ended up on the street. So these were the kind of girls that he preyed upon.
After his death, we saw some of the victims
And then, it's not like we didn't know this. Right? When Trump brought in Alex Acosta and put him in his administration, it's not like they didn't know this. You do your due diligence. You do background on anybody you're bringing into the administration. The press covered it, but it was a hoax, right? It was a left-wing hoax. Eventually, there was so much pressure that Acosta had to step down. So then when Trump's president the next time, who does he bring in? The Attorney General of Florida. Same group of people who covered this up. And now that same person is covering up right now. I don't know what to do with you Republicans right now. They're covering it up in front of you. They didn't release the files in their entirety. They're past the date. They're clearly withholding information that they're not allowed to withhold. An example is the contents from Steve Bannon's phone, where he had a picture of Ghislaine Maxwell and Donald Trump together, and it's blacked out. That's covering it up. You have to realize, some of you Republicans, that what you're ignoring right now is just something you don't want to address. You're choosing to ignore it because you don't want to believe that Donald Trump is who they've been saying he is. You don't want to admit that they're covering this up. So you're finding any reason. But for any of the MAGA that's here, just explain to me why they're withholding this information. They're not allowed to withhold whatever they please. Billy, it's against the law. How many fucking times are you going to be dumb and wrong today? How many times? Tell me. Billy, you're only allowed to respond to questions I asked, otherwise I get muted. Billy, I need you to explain to me why they're withholding pages past the deadline, and why they're blacking out information that they're not allowed to black out. And if you respond in anything other than if you respond in any way other than to answer those questions, we got to mute you for a while. I want you to fucking admit it, Patrick. I want you to admit it, and I want you to start thinking about who you're supporting. I want you to stop talking about everything but this. I do get to dictate your speech in here, Billy. All right, Billy's got to mute. Billy's muted for 24 hours. Billy, try again tomorrow, bud. Mods, will you take care of that? Thank you. Good try, Billy. I don't want to admit it. You can't make me admit things. I just love Trump so much.
Out, understandably angry that he wasn't going to face justice. I presume you're still in touch with them. How are they dealing with things now?
They're still angry. you know, that this,
covered that, Shannon.
you know, almost lets him off the hook in another way. I mean, they are prosecuting.
For anybody at all who says, were you talking about this 4 years ago or 6 years ago? I need you to understand that even if we were hiding this 6 years ago, what are you doing? You're justifying your bad behavior. You're saying that we're no better than other people. Let's just say that all of us were ignoring this 6 years ago. Is that what you're saying to us? Hey, you guys didn't do it. We're no better than you. We also cover for victims of a notorious pedophile. We also do that. Is that what you're saying? You can't rise above that? Go ahead, fine. If you want to believe that about this, I don't really fucking care. It doesn't matter to me at all. But then why ignore it now? We get to ignore it. By the way, Biden's not in the files. Did you notice that? No Obama, no Biden. Why would they cover it up? The only guy who's in the files, the only person with any need to cover this up is Trump. None of this has hurt Biden. None of it has hurt Obama. None of it has hurt Democrats. Trump's in there, and he's covering it up. So I appreciate you guys just admitting that politics take precedent over sex abuse victims. And that's the reality of the right. You don't care about protecting children, and you don't care and you don't care about prosecuting people who abuse children. What you care about is prosecuting people who think differently than you about politics, which is why you go, we're protecting the children, and you just go after trans people. We're protecting children, and you go after an immigrant. We're not protecting children against Donald Trump, though, or his rich friends. Whatever you want to say with this obfuscation, if you want, we'll even. I don't even argue it anymore. Fine, Joe Biden didn't release it. Fine, Democrats didn't talk about it for 6 years. I'll just grant you that. So does that mean that you don't have to care about children who are abused? Is that what you're saying? Dems are covering for Clinton. Clinton is saying release everything unredacted. By the way, we canceled Bill Clinton a very long time ago. I don't know if you know this about us. We don't like Bill Clinton. At least I don't. I don't think the people in this chat like Bill Clinton. But that's what you guys are effectively saying? Well, it didn't come out when the Dems were in office, so we don't have to care about children being trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and the government covering it up. We don't have to care anymore because you didn't care. By the way, we did talk about the Epstein files. I didn't have this job throughout the entire Biden presidency, but we did talk about the Epstein files. Every time new information came out, we talked about it. But what we didn't have is all the files that we have now. It's a lot easier to talk about it now. We have actual evidence. Before that, it was just like we were guessing. We just had to take people's words for it. But like, I don't know if you know this, but Julie Brown was on CNN. She was on MSNBC. She was on CBS. She was all over the news. Every major news organization was covering Jeffrey Epstein. Everybody was throughout the entire Biden presidency. In fact, all the right-wing organizations were covering it too, and now they've abandoned it. Now they're like, we're not going to cover that anymore. We got them a little fired up today. By the way, good reminder, you're welcome to come up here and debate any of this with me. If you look at the Venmo username there, that's Jen's Discord username as well. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to pay. If you add Jen on Discord, she can bring you in to the show live, and you can explain to me why you don't care about these abuse victims. And that's fine. I'd love to hear it. Oh, Billy. Billy was still trying to talk. Ryan said, for Patrick and Billy sucking nuts. Thanks, Tim, for joining the Dollar Train. Electric Dad said, born and raised in San Francisco, go Niners. What a game. All right. That's where I wanted to stop that video. Moving on. American, you're using the word straw man incorrectly. A straw man is where I inaccurately portray your position. Am I inaccurately portraying your position? Are you guys not right now, instead of engaging in this, saying that we didn't care about it? I think I'm steel manning your position. I think I'm saying exactly what you're saying. I think that's what's happening. All right. I want to talk about this story first before we get to Minnesota. One of the other things that Trump and this administration and MAGA has been able to do, and what you're going to watch some heads, like if you think they were bad then, watch what happens now. One of the things that MAGA has been led to believe, stupidly, is that Donald Trump doesn't do things for Vladimir Putin, that he's not Vladimir Putin's bitch. He absolutely is. Today we had Zelensky come visit Mar-a-Lago for some reason. I'm not sure why he's at Mar-a-Lago and not the White House, but fuck it. I'm assuming it's so Trump could charge all these press organizations for lunch, which he served them and then he charged them for. So I'm assuming it was to make money at Mar-a-Lago, but I'm not really sure. Here's what he said this morning. He brings in Zelensky, but before he brings in Zelensky, he has a 2-hour conversation with Putin. Notice the difference between how they handle the two. When Trump meets with Zelensky, they meet, they stand in front of cameras. Trump will confront Zelensky often. They'll talk about the actual plans. When Trump meets with Putin, nobody gets to see what they talk about. They go behind closed doors. They don't release transcripts of the conversation. We just have to trust what Trump said. You ever notice that? If Trump is is an alpha and Putin's not daddy, why is it that Putin gets treated so differently than other world leaders? Every other world leader comes here. We get to see, we at least get to ask them questions, not Putin. Putin doesn't get asked questions. But Zelensky has to come and debase himself and sit there in front of a biased news media who criticizes him openly for, oh, your country got invaded by Putin. This must be your fault.
Yeah. So in your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss what response?
Mods, feel free to mute anybody who's saying that libs can't debate. Like, if you're saying that we can't debate and you're not actively coming up here to debate me, we got to mute your comments.
Responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post an agreement?
I did. They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Once, it sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president.
What does that mean? They want Ukraine to succeed. That's why they invaded, because they just want Ukraine to be successful. They had to give them a little kick in the pants. Hey, guys, we're doing this for you. We're invading your country for you. We actually really want you to to succeed. That's why we're doing this. Denise said thanks for the info. Thanks, Denise.
Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices. So a lot of good things came out of that call today. But they were in the works for 2 weeks with Steve and with Jeff.
They're gonna sell energy for cheap prices. Fun fact about Russia: they're fucked. Russian media, Russian politicians are basically openly telling the Russians, the citizens, hey, this is going to be a really shitty year in 2026. We're going to raise your taxes. We're not able to sell the energy that we want to sell, so we're not bringing in the revenues. So Trump's working out a business deal. They've now lost so much money and so many lives that this is where like the negotiations at. Now Trump is spinning Putin into like, he's such a nice guy. He's such a nice guy that he's actually going to sell you stuff that they desperately need to sell at a discount.
And Marco and everybody.
And again, did we see Putin say that? No. We just have to believe that that's what Putin told Trump. We just have to trust Trump on this stuff. Here's another quote from Trump about his meeting with Putin today, or yesterday, I guess. Maybe it was this morning.
You, in the past, have suggested a trilateral meeting between both Presidents Putin and Zelensky. Is
Right.
that something that is also on the docket?
I see that happening, sure, at the right time. I saw a very...
When's the right time for a trilateral meeting here? How many more years does this war need to go on before it's the right time to negotiate peace?
Interesting President Putin today. I mean, he wants to see it happen. He wants to see it. He told me very strongly. I believe him. Don't forget, we went through the Russia hoax together. And he'd call me, I'd call him, I'd say, can you believe the stuff that they're making up? And it turned out we were right.
Trump was calling Putin during the Russia investigation? Can you believe it, Vlad? Can you believe these lies? Why is he calling Putin? Why is he doing pillow talk with Putin during the Russian investigation? We're totally not on the same page with Putin. And you can tell because I call Putin every night and go, can you believe this? Not a very good argument.
Made it all up. And despite that, we didn't get into wars or we didn't get into problems, but we weren't able to trade very much or any of that, which was a shame because, you know, a lot of success could have been had by trading with Russia. They have great land, great minerals and other things, and we have things that they want very badly.
Then why didn't you do trade with them? See how silly this is from Donald Trump? Donald Trump is running the trade policy all by himself. Congress isn't involved in that. Why didn't Trump just do that his first term? That was the Dems' fault too? It was the Dems' fault that Trump couldn't work out trade agreements with Russia? That wasn't just an admission. It was a bigly admission. Yeah. So he's conversing with Putin about the Russia investigation and lamenting the fact that he wasn't able to give Russia a bunch of good trade deals when he was in office. And then that's why Russia had to invade Ukraine. Got it.
But the Russia hoax, which was a terrible made-up fictional thing by Crooked Hillary and by Adam Shifty Schiff and bad people. Sick.
Yeah, it was such a hoax that your campaign manager and your top national security advisor both pled guilty to doing it. But yeah, it was a hoax for sure. They just accidentally pled guilty.
People, they made it up. It was all a made-up hoax.
Also, let's point out that Donald Trump's vocabulary is severely limited. He can only say made-up hoax. He can't explain why. Nobody can explain why this is made-up hoax. Everything that they've released, what Tulsi Gabbard released from the Durham Annex, proves even more that Russia was involved. Every bit of evidence shows that Russia was involved, unless you're a dipshit. Unless you just read like one sentence and then listen to Trump say that it was a hoax. Has anybody been prosecuted? How's that referral going from Comer? He said he handed him that investigation on a silver platter. Nothing? Nobody's being investigated? Brother, I've seen you say I'm unwell, mate, like 50 times, Captain Britain. You are not real. You're 100% a bot. I get it, but you wouldn't be that silly to just come in and repeat the same thing 50 times. If the bot says it again, we got to get rid of bots. We are not. This isn't the Fuentes channel. We are not propped up by bots. Okay, so let's take care of that British captain or whatever your name was. Let's not say the same thing for the 50th time in a row. Moving on here. Check out how Russia is covering Donald Trump right now. He's not Putin's bitch, we say in America. In Russia, it's so obvious how much of a bitch he is to Putin.
Moscow Pravda has no doubt where Donald Trump's true sympathies lie. Based on America's new national security strategy, the paper concludes, America no longer sees our country as a threat. The threat is now militaristic Europe.
We have J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and all of Elon Musk and Twitter now they've tweaked the algorithm. Europe has become our enemy under this administration. Russia is a sympathetic figure. Israel is a sympathetic figure. The Saudis are a sympathetic figure. But Europe's the problem. That's where we're at now. Somebody explain to me why Europe is our enemy. How come Europe gets so much more criticism from the right than Russia does?
The American leader's philosophy is closer to the values of the president of Russia, not to the politicians of the old world.
I can guess why, but we're going to get into that. It's because Trump makes a lot of money with Russians. He's always made a lot of money with Russians, and Trump loves dictators. All of Trump's friends in politics, like world politics, they're all dictators. He hates everybody who's not a dictator and loves everybody who is. Those are his people. He loves right-wing dictators, especially like the racist ones. Those are his favorite.
Donald, Russia is no enemy. It is a possible partner in future joint projects because he understands a clash between two nuclear powers means the apocalypse. But Europe he sees as a liberal stronghold that must be destroyed to make America great again. President Trump is often referred to in the Russian tabloids simply as Donald, very friendly. Contrast that with how the same paper talks about President Zelensky as the illegitimate Ukrainian president. While today's edition of the Army newspaper, Krasny...
Russia tried to interfere in Ukraine's elections and get a Russian stooge elected, and the Ukrainian people said no. And so now they call that person illegitimate. Ironically, like, being legitimate is why they call him illegitimate.
Red Star, calls European leaders Russophobic politicians of the old world. Moscow making its sympathies crystal clear. Kommersant writes that 2025 heralded a new chapter in Russian-US relations. Izvestia is
Nobody supports Islam over the United States. Stop saying dumb things, please.
Confident that Trump will pressure Kiev to end the conflict as soon as possible. Talking of pressure, the Russian economy continues to be under a lot of that right now. As Nezavisime Gazeta reports today, industry has entered a perfect storm. The task for 2026 will be to live with that.
Now, here's the part that I was talking about in how they're looking at their future. They know that they're fucked. Industry has entered a perfect storm. The task for 2026 will be to live with that.
New problems will be added to existing ones. Tax increases outstripping the rise in tariffs, a shortage of working capital, and a growing crisis of non-payments.
Now, Russia's in this spot because they did the Putin playbook, which is the same playbook that Trump is running. They invested and they staked their entire economy on a few really, really big businesses. And for them, it was mostly like natural gas and oil. And as the world, one, moves away from natural gas and oil, but two, as the world moves away from Russia, and as places in Europe and the United States, before we hired a Russian stooge as our president, when we slapped sanctions on them, it really, really crippled them. Now, you can say, you can agree or disagree with the sanctions. I don't really fucking care. You can be as pro-Russia as you want. What do you think the rest of the world is learning from us right now? We're staking our entire economy on AI. We're staking our entire economy on places like NVIDIA. If people can recreate our chips, which they can do, they will do, then they can boycott chips and they can slap sanctions on any country that buys chips from the United States and decimate our economy. Or the United States will have to do what Russia's doing and invade places where they have resources, which is exactly what we're doing. We're long past this part where like it's a conspiracy anymore. We're openly acting as pirates, going through the open ocean and stealing oil from other countries. We're threatening to invade other countries for their oil, for their minerals. Why? Because we don't have exactly what they're talking about. We're having the same exact problem. Where was it there? Tax increases would have to outstrip the rise in tariffs and a shortage of working capital. We have a massive shortage of working capital in this country right now, which is why Trump is using tariffs to try and force other countries to invest in American companies because we don't have capital. Because we've allowed these giant monopolies to exist and to become bloated and to tie themselves to our markets, tie themselves to like our retirements. The reason that rich people funnel money into the GOP and the reason rich people support tax policy like trickle-down economics is not just because they want to keep their money. They want all of their technology and all of their companies to be so ingrained in the American experience that if they fail, it hurts everybody, and that forces the government to step in. And that's where we're at right now with the American economy. The government is already stepping in. They've already pumped billions of dollars into these AI companies by saying every child born is going to be given $1,000. Well, where's that $1,000 really going to go? It's going to go into the stock market, and it's going to be chosen by Trump and his team. And Trump and his team are going to give that money to places like NVIDIA, to Intel, to Oracle. They're going to pump money into places that are supportive of Trump and are already filthy fucking rich, but they've done a terrible job allocating their money. They've become very, very bloated. So we're following in the footsteps of Russia. This is what our future faces. Or we could admit that we were wrong. We could admit that our AI experience is too expensive. That the companies that we have making chips and AI products are so bloated and overvalued that we'll never be able to, they'll never get out from underwater. They're going to be in the red forever. Unless we're able to go steal labor and goods and either acquire it dirt cheap or flat out steal it and then subsidize these companies so that they don't have to inject more capital. That's where we're at. You can call it speculation if you want to, but give me another reason why we're invading Venezuela. Democracy. Give me another reason why we're stealing boats full of oil and then using that oil, just dumping it in our reserves.
Increases outstripping the rise in tariffs, a shortage of working capital, and a growing crisis of non-payments. What's more, in the new year, there will be a noticeable indexation of utility tariffs in Russia. The increase will inevitably...
All right, good question. Fair enough. You don't understand that all countries work together on what they do, even with war. Okay, who are we working with? Let's go with that. Are we working with Europe? No. Canada? No. Mexico? No. Who are we working with? Saudis? The Qataris? Those are our new allies now? They're also allies with Russia. Is Trump wouldn't give them like sweetheart deals going forward, right? Trump doesn't have any plans to give Russia a bunch of sweetheart deals after this, right? He doesn't, after tariffing all of our allies and creating trade problems with all of them, he wouldn't then just go in and take that tough attitude and leave it at the door when he goes to Putin, right?
Be painfully received. The same paper points out that financial market analysts predict that in 2026 investments in key sectors of the economy will decrease. This will happen in the oil, gas and chemical industries as well as...
You don't get it. It's not a show. This is real life. This is really happening. Tread. I get it. It feels like you're trying to be the smartest person in the room right now. Okay, it's a show. It's affecting people. What do you want to say? What are you trying to get at here, Dread Novella? Just say it's all a conspiracy by the global elites? Fine. Who are the global elites? Putin? Is he a global elite? Yeah. Or the Saudis? Yeah. Qataris? Sure. Trump? Yep. All the things that you guys have been talking about forever, about the global elites working together to fuck us all over. They're doing it, but you don't believe that Trump's part of that?
In mechanical engineering, excluding car production. The largest companies in these industries will naturally also significantly reduce their investment budgets. The deficit of budget financing will affect agriculture.
Oh, weird. That's happening here. The deficit of budget financing. What did we do? Oh, we stripped that money from agriculture. Where did that money go instead? Oh, to rich folks to try and free up capital for their AI projects. Cool.
There are financial problems in the energy and coal industries.
We have problems with that too. So what do we do to try and fix the coal industry and the gas industry? Well, we go to war with Venezuela and we cut all new green energy subsidies to try and prop those up. I wonder if the people from big coal and big oil gave Trump a bunch of money.
Commersant reminds readers that from the new year, VAT will rise to 22% from 20%. That's on account of Russia's budget deficit. Meanwhile, Moskovsky Komsomolets reports that debts will prevent Russians from travelling abroad. More than 850,000 residents of Moscow and Moscow region will not be able to travel abroad. And it's not sanctions or geopolitical conflicts that are to blame, but run-of-the-mill debts, unpaid fines, overdue loans, or unpaid alimony. Russians...
I think that's probably next here. As they destroy the economy and people try and leave. I think we could potentially see that here in America.
with such debts are banned from leaving the country. The Russian government paper Rossiyskaya Gazeta tries to put a brave face on the state of the economy. It was a difficult year.
I'm going to cover what Nick Shirley's doing. You spelled his name wrong, Amanda. But Nick Shirley is just repurposing work that mainstream media did like a month ago. And you just didn't hear about it because you have been told that you can't trust the mainstream media. Everything Nick Shirley's doing has already been reported on. You're just hearing it for the first time because you trust people like Nick Shirley instead of actual journalists.
But it could have been worse. It's pretty bad for the coal industry, though. According to the Ministry of Energy, 3/4 of the country's coal enterprises are unprofitable.
Yeah. So that's what's happening in Russia right now. Looks like Trump's trying to copy that. I want to get to Dan Goldman here. Dan Goldman lays this out perfectly. Not only is Trump like Putin's bitch, he idolizes Putin. He wants to be just like him. That's why he has different rules for Putin, and that's why he's trying to copy his strategy. Trump loves the idea of being somebody like Putin.
It's absurd, and it's just a continuation of massive, rampant corruption. This guy is so clearly trying to follow the Vladimir Putin model of using the government to make money for himself, making sure that his allies...
Now that's true, right? We know that's true. Trump's made between $3 and $5 billion this year as president. Funneling money for, like, he takes trade deals, they funnel the money into his company, he makes a bunch of money off that, then he gives them a trade deal, or he gives people an exemption to tariffs.
Are controlling the most important...
Dave, relax. I'll show you where the media reported it in a few minutes. You're just going to have to be patient. I have sources. Don't worry about it, Dave.
Important companies in the country, and that includes our media companies, doling out money to them by deregulating their industries, taking money from them in return to, for example, build the East Wing. And he is basically running a massive crypto scheme out of the White House. It is so beyond...
We are focused on what's happening here in the United States, Patrick. This is our president. This is our president. Are you unaware?
The bounds of law and the Constitution. But the Republicans are just happy to sit here and watch him do it. And it's getting closer and closer to...
No, they're not. No, they are desperately trying to get us not to talk about it. Check our chat right now. They want to do anything but talk about the obvious corruption right in front of them. They're so desperate to not talk about Trump's corruption that they want to talk about corruption in Minnesota, which, again, we've covered on this show before, and we'll cover it again. I covered it long before Nick Shirley, by the way. You guys all saw Nick Shirley. I covered this 2 weeks ago. I've covered it multiple times.
That kind of Russian oligarchy that has led to Vladimir Putin taking over as a dictator. And I think that is exactly what Donald Trump is trying to do. That is his vision. And that is, frankly, why he is always taking Vladimir Putin's side, even though Putin illegally attacked Ukraine, a democratic ally of ours, and has been waging a illegal war against them for many years now.
No, I didn't go knock on doors in Minnesota. Here's the thing, like, if you guys want to be upset about the Minnesota thing, that's fine. You can be upset about fraud, but then you have to care about all fraud. When we're talking about fraud in this country, like, this is not the biggest fraud case. There's been many other larger instances of fraud during the Trump administration that you guys aren't even aware of. The only reason you're covering this is because it's been force-fed to you by an algorithm. You don't know what the fuck is going on. You never know. You only know what's being fed to you. And I have your algorithm too. That's why I know what you guys are talking about. That's why I know, like, I'll show you the coordinated the coordinated messaging that comes out from right-wingers. You don't care about fraud. You don't care about children. You don't care about protection. You don't care about any of this. You only care if you can link it to Democrats, which is why I've covered all of it. But no, Minnesota is hardly the biggest story. It's nowhere near. Donald Trump's fraud is significantly bigger than the fraud that's happened in Minnesota. You don't cover that. You call everything that happens on the right a hoax, and everything that happens on the left some sort of like deep state collusion. Let's talk about what Trump is doing now. Let's talk about how Trump is benefiting Russians now while they're invading another country. Remember, Dan Goldman just said, like, he's such a stooge. He's following his model. He uses the government to make money for himself. He makes sure that all of his allies control the most important companies in the country and the news organizations, which is exactly what he's doing. He has allied himself with NVIDIA, with Intel, with Oracle, with Apple, with Google, with X. His friends are buying up all the media organizations. And he does it by deregulating their industry, giving them special breaks, and then literally taking cash from them. Just cash donations from these people while he hands out investment on your dime, by the way. These $1,000 accounts for kids, that's your money going to prop up these bloated companies. Oh, but Minnesota. You can't only care when it's Democrats. But now what's he doing for Russia?
Donald Trump has made his choice. For the last year, I think he was saying and doing different things to try and put pressure on the Russians to offer him more money, to offer the corrupt Trump family a better deal. And now we're seeing the fallout. U.S. quietly removes sanctions from firms accused of supplying Russia's military. The Treasury has offered no explanation for lifting restrictions on Cyprus, Dubai, Turkish, and Finnish companies.
No explanation. They didn't offer one, but what's the explanation? Why in the world would we be lifting sanctions on these people who are supplying Russia with arms while we're supplying arms to Ukraine? Why would we allow the other side to be armed right now? Is this art of the deal? What is this?
A press release from the Treasury Department of their lifting sanctions on all of these companies that sell weapons to the Russian military. Why are they doing this? Why are they helping the Russian war machine?
To make money. So Trump's helping other countries make money? Is that what you're saying? Boy Scout killer? Why would he help other countries make money? Oh, because they're giving him money? Got it. Yeah. They want to make money. They give Trump some money. Trump's like, fuck it. I don't really care. I know that the American people are funding Ukraine, but if I can make a little money off this, that's great. Fine, we'll lift your sanctions. Go ahead and sell your arms to Russia.
It's because Donald Trump has picked his side. He's on Team Russia. Here is Kirill Dmitriev, Putin's economic advisor, and he put out a post today getting ready to work with the United States in the Arctic. And then he put out this slick propaganda video. Russia and the United States holding hands, doing business deals, which means corruption. Money is being moved around. It's not complicated. Steve Witkoff's son is in charge of Donald Trump's crypto fund. He's in charge of the official Trump coin. So anyone in the world can anonymously put billions of dollars into Donald Trump's pocket through his Trump coin. As the Russians are buying the coin, maybe $1 billion, the Trump family is selling the coin at the same time, pulling out hard money. This is all corruption. It's all just money laundering. My presidents, my governments, they do not care. They are just going to commit crimes, invade countries, kill people, do whatever they want. And I'm sorry, I mean, I'm doing what I can as one individual in America to resist this. I'm not going to be silenced. I'm not going to give up. I am a proud third-generation American veteran, and I'm going to fight for my democracy, fight for my country. But 30% of my fellow Americans are either in on the corruption.
That's you guys. And you guys aren't even getting any benefit from it either. Like you're getting fucked. Trump's selling your future and you're cheerleading it. Let's focus on immigrants. Let's be racist instead. Why do you think it is that so many people in this country are so worried about immigrants and crime when crime's at historic lows? Why do you think that you guys are talking about Medicare fraud when Trump is pardoning people who committed Medicare fraud? Why do you think that is? It's not because you care about Medicare fraud. Because if it was about the fraud, then you would be upset that Trump's pardoning people who committed Medicare fraud. I think it has a little bit to do with the color of their skin. You guys are being fed an algorithm that makes you racist or exposes your racism. You're targeted for a reason. What you want to say is like, I'm not racist, but this specific group of people, they're a problem. Are you linking it to what about all the people here from Somalia who aren't participating in crime? Should they all be removed? Most of you say yes. Why is that? We're just in favor of collective punishment now? Well, Tim, if illegal's illegal, then why did Trump pardon somebody who committed Medicare fraud? Would you agree then that if Tim Walz looks the other way at Medicare fraud, which is what you guys are claiming, is that he looked the other way, if he looked the other way and he's a bad guy, Trump didn't look the other way. Trump pardoned them. They got caught and Trump absolved them. So, Tim, I assume that then you also believe that that Trump's no better than these people, right? And they did come here legally, dumbass. They came here legally. Most of these people are citizens. I didn't ask you if Trump's a good person. I said, why aren't you calling for Trump to be thrown in jail? Tim, should Trump be thrown in jail? Should he be removed from office? He's allowing people to get away with Medicare fraud. See how, suddenly we're so fucking nuanced. Get rid of all Somalis who are here illegally because some Somalis committed fraud. But when Trump lets people off the hook for committing fraud, no big deal. What's the difference? Should Rick Scott be in jail? Rick Scott committed Medicare fraud? $1.3 billion. Are we asking, Republicans, are you asking that Rick Scott be thrown in jail? Well, if you're not against legal immigrants, then I don't know why you're talking about immigration, because these people in Minnesota are here legally. So now I'm confused. So now what are you upset about? It's just the Medicare fraud? Fine. If you're upset about Medicare fraud, great, but you have to hold that standard across the board. You can't only hold that standard for Somalis. Stolen valor of Tim. There we go again. You still think Tim Walz did stolen valor? You have the truth on literally nothing. It's fucking crazy.
Or they're just the dumbest people imaginable, and they refuse to admit it. Refuse to admit Donald Trump is what he is. The Epstein files.
Explain to me how you run a business, get government funding for Medicare, you give that out to people with Medicare, and you're not legal. How did you acquire a business license? How did you get Medicare? This is why they dumbed you guys down. This was the goal all along from Republicans. Make the people who vote for us the dumbest fucking humans on earth. Make them believe that illegal immigrants get Medicare. Just make them believe it. They'll believe. All you have to do is just say it over and over and they'll believe it. You can't get any of these benefits if you're here illegally. You can't get your story straight. This is why I say it's racism. You're assuming that they're here illegally, not pausing for 10 seconds to realize, how would this happen? How would people get a business, get a government contract, and give Medicare, which is only for people who are here legally? How would they get all this money and then if they're not here legally? Oh, well, because sanctuary state? Because Dems bad? Tim Walz bad? You guys, you're the most poorly educated group of human beings I've ever seen. It's astounding to watch you guys in real time, just lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. And you're utterly convinced that that's true.
Supposed to be released yesterday. If you guys are on social media and seeing people's reaction, hundreds of documents just blacked out. obviously Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, and he did some horrible things to children.
No, I know that you guys don't care about the word racism. You think that racism means if you see somebody that's a different, that looks different than you, that you automatically hate them. And that's where we need to be real specific here. Like, I don't know how you feel about people of different races. I don't know if you hate them, but you're participating in racism. I can prove that by all of you guys saying that these people are here illegally, and they're not. I can also prove by, like, do you know any of the names of the people who committed the fraud? How come none of you are citing names? How come all of you are talking about their country of origin? Why no specific names from you? You're talking about a group of people. Only some of them have been caught committing fraud. But you don't know any of their names, so you're just going to lump all of them in together.
That 30% of my fellow Americans are going to continue supporting him.
By the way, important reminder that these cases also are open cases. So when you found out about it this weekend, you're like, Nick Shirley's great. And now we'll get into this. You think Nick Shirley's great. Nick Shirley is using other people's reporting and now going to businesses without any real understanding of what he's doing. And you're hearing it for the first time. And he and your Republican friends are like, Nick Shirley's doing what nobody else will. No, he's a month late on this. There are open investigations. There will be criminal trials for all. There's been trials. There was a trial that they wound up. They're going to have to retry them. It was a kind of a mistrial. The judge ruled that you're going to have to try it again. That was 3 months ago. We covered it 3 months ago. You just don't know. You just don't know this. We've all covered this. Nick Shirley's 42-minute long video has 300 million views on X in the past 24 hours, and that should tell you everything you need to know. Is that these people are being covered, or these people are going to be completely educated by X and the algorithm that they are on. Here's Nick Shirley at Quality Learning Center, which is a crazy mistake for somebody trying to set up a learning center. There's a lot of things to laugh at here. First is the sign. Second is Nick Shirley not showing you what's on this paper and not giving you full context. And third is the people that are screaming, thinking that Nick is with ICE and telling people not to. Nobody here knows what's happening.
This is Quality Learning Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
Don't open
They
up!
said they spelt learning wrong. Have you ever seen children at that daycare center right there?
Where?
Yeah, it's right there. It says the child. You've never seen daycare.
I haven't seen anybody in here.
Children here in your child care?
Which child care, ma'am? Is a lot of
Minnesota Child Care right here. It's from the state of Minnesota's website. We're just wondering where the children are.
Where the children are?
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102 children here, and you got $2.66 million this year in funding.
Ask where the money's going.
Can we just talk about this? If some journalist showed up and asked me, like if I had kids at daycare and a journalist showed up and said, tell me about the children, I would be very upset if this person gave them answers. I would be very upset if they allowed this person in. Nobody knows who they are. Why in the world would you let these people into your childcare facility? But MAGA's so goddamn dumb and so ready to believe anything that they now, Nick's like, oh, they're hiding something. Are they? What has he proved that they're hiding here? I didn't hear any children. This is obviously a hallway. There's a door there. There's obviously closed doors. Look, some of these people have committed fraud. There's no question about that. The first video, where are we at? This is 38 seconds. This video, if you go and you read this, which he doesn't tell anybody, this is most likely a notice saying that this place has been shut down. Minnesota Department of Health, I think Health and Human Services, investigated this particular company like 30 plus times. There were 30 plus violations and they've been shut down. Why didn't he show you that? Why didn't he explain to you that this thing, he's asking people, do you see kids in here? Why didn't he explain to you that this place is shut down? It's closed. Yeah, most likely, truth hurts. I can't tell you what this said because he didn't show it to you. And there's a close-up where he blurred it out. But you have public records. It's shut down. Go look it up. Go look up the Learning Center at 1411, what is it, Nicolette Street, Suite, I think it was like 8. You can go and you can look at all their violations. You can see that they're shut down now. Not opened up back up at the same place. There were multiple learning centers. They had multiple locations. This particular location got shut down. Why didn't he say that though? Why are you guys now making, see, again, there's a lot of fraud going on. None of us are saying that there's not fraud. What I am saying is this guy's not a real journalist and he lied to you. And you're upset at me. Those of you, now you're like, oh, open somewhere else. Well, did he say that? Did he tell you it was closed down? Or did he put this up there so that you guys thought that this was in business and nobody was in there? No. Learning Center took $1.9 million. They have multiple locations. But he's not giving you the whole story because he's not a real journalist. All right, let's go back here. Was it 38 where we're at?
I would like to check a child in the daycare. Why? Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare.
So now he's lying. He's lying that like he's trying to get in there, and he's lying about bringing a kid. Somebody shows up with a camera, a microphone, and no kid, and says, I'm trying to put a child in daycare, and you guys assume that they're the problem for not letting him in? This is why I say this isn't real journalism. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know who's funding this kid because he's gone a lot of places. He's obviously getting funding somewhere. He was over in Ukraine, which he lied about. And I'll show you the clip of him lying about his journalism in Ukraine. But just walk through this. Again, nobody is saying that there's no fraud in Minnesota. There's obviously fraud. There's multiple investigations underway as we speak, long before he did any of this reporting. And the right is just telling you today, this guy's doing more than the government. No, the government's doing significantly more than him. But why, if my kid's in this daycare and some dude shows up with a camera and a microphone and no kid and says, can I come in, please? I'd like to sign up my kid for daycare. I'd be upset if they let him in. There's no reason for him to show up in the daycare with a camera and a microphone. I don't know who that is. But you guys are so conditioned to be outraged and to see fraud where it's not and to see corruption where it's not, that what he's showing you isn't the evidence of the corruption. The evidence of the corruption is in the paperwork. It's in the court cases. It's in the indictments. We have way more evidence than he's presenting. It's in court. You just didn't know about it till this dipshit made a video about it. Because I can only assume it's because none of you can read, or none of you do read. You just wait around for some clip on X to show up, and that's how you get your education.
After a few questions, the lady went silent. Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. We're in the middle of a strip mall here.
Looks like my imaginary kid that isn't here isn't going to go to daycare here. This is journalism?
Inside of this neighborhood.
I did say the corruption's out there. He's just not reporting on it. He's taking other people's reporting and using it and then just knocking on doors.
In fiscal year 2025...
Is he really sponsored by Polymarket?
This facility, which shows its license for 74 kids, facility, which shows it's...
Going to daycare here. We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which shows its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million.
Do you notice this fraud counter? In this video, has he uncovered any fraud? I am picking on a kid. I have to. I wouldn't normally cover Shirley, but you guys, like, he's being held up by all the right-wing journalists and this administration. They talked about him in Congress today, saying he was uncovering. What has he uncovered here? He showed you a business that if you checked the records, you would know was closed. He went to another business that they wouldn't let him in, and another business that they wouldn't let him in, and they're saying fraud counter 9.3 million. They're just saying these people got funding, therefore it is fraud. Some of these places might have committed fraud. He's not uncovering that though. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is what the concern I have with MAGA is. The level of evidence it takes for you guys to believe something is literally just, does it sound like something you would believe? And if it is, and specifically it's in Minnesota, you're going to believe it. And goddamn, now you get to talk about anything other than Trump, one, being Vladimir Putin's bitch, and two, covering up the Epstein files. You just were desperate for a story, and this guy gave you one. And it's an old story.
In tax money. And there are no kids, and all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I try to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door. I want to put.
Now, I've got another question here, because I don't know if this place is vacant. But this little lock here might tell me that it is. This looks like the kind of lock you have on a door when you're looking for more new commercial space. I don't know. Again, has this proven anything? Only if you're fucking dumb. This is only proving something if you literally require no evidence to believe something. We have no idea if this place is in business. But again, if it's a daycare, they shouldn't open up to him. When I go to my daughter's school, I go to a door just like this. There's a camera just like this. I press the bell. I look into the camera. They let me in. I have to scan my face. They print out a badge for me. And this is all before I go through another locked door just to go help my daughter at lunch. If this guy showed up to my daughter's school and they let him in, I'd be pissed. My daughter's not a story. Her school's not a story. He could just go read through the court cases. They have way more information that actually explain the fraud. But I think the sensationalism coming from the right is because they want to cover up everything else that's going on right now. There is real fraud in Minnesota. You can read the court transcripts. You can read the indictments. You can find out details on all of this, or you can watch a 47-minute video that gives you no information and you leave absolutely convinced that some dumb fucking kid, by knocking on doors, has uncovered something that has already been uncovered and is already being investigated by law enforcement. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded while we finish this up. Anything you can do to help us knock out that gift goal every day would be greatly appreciated. There's super chats the other ways, and I'll read anything that you send, including you, MAGA, angry MAGA. Maybe we don't respond to you for a while until you start paying.
My son Joey in daycare. Cuz I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Yeah?
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website.
It doesn't even say that there's 74. See how he just fucked up right there? He said it has capacity for 74 children. They're also misstating the evidence. The zoom in here. Yeah, this guy's confused because this is confusing. Like, what are you talking about? They got money and it has a capacity for 74 kids. All right. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Nobody knows what he's talking about, Glenn. What is he asking? He's asking where the kids are? You think two adult men standing outside a daycare saying, where are the kids? And nobody wants to give him information? Again, I'm not giving information if I'm then. Who the fuck are you guys? Why in the world would they give these guys information?
Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
No! You're a liar. I'm the owner.
No, of course not. Of course you can't just come in here. Bears fan, nobody's denying that there's fraud. What am I denying? I'm pointing out shitty reporting. How many more times do we have to say this? There's fraud. In Minnesota, there are multiple cases, open court cases, of people who come from Somalia who defrauded the government. It's a true story. I'm pointing out that you guys don't demand any information. You're upset with me. He's giving you no information here. I would imagine setting up for a daycare, you'd have to fill out some sort of forms first. I know when I put my daughter in school, I didn't go see the school till she was accepted at the school. We had to fill out information. And then once she was accepted, we went to like a back to school night where, again, I had to go through protocols. I had to get my face scanned. I had to go through 2 like locked doors before I could even go in. And this is, I think this is the problem. Like when we point out the way that this is being reported is just increasing the racist rhetoric from the right. And when we point that out, you pretend we're covering something up. Nothing's being covered up here. This is all out in the open. 30 minutes reading is going to give you more information than anything that Nick Shirley gave you. He gave us absolutely nothing there. But just so somebody asked, like, where mainstream media is covering this, this was from a month ago, New York Times. How fraud swamped Minnesota's social services system on Tim Walz's watch. That's a month ago. Did you guys read that? Is this exactly what they're saying? How fraud swamped Minnesota's social services on Tim Walz's watch. They're blaming Tim Walz here. New York Times, CBS News. Minnesota officials saw signs of massive fraud even before COVID hit 3 weeks ago. Fraud accusations show America dodged a disastrous Tim Walz from the USA Today 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago from CBS News, what to know about Minnesota fraud allegations as Trump levels attacks on Walz. New York Times, prosecutors say Minnesota's fraud scandal goes further than previously known. That was a week ago. Wall Street Journal, how Minnesota became the land of 10,000 frauds 3 weeks ago. The Hill, DOJ charges 6 more in growing Minnesota fraud scandal a week ago. The DOJ is actually investigating this long before Nick Shirley. Fox 9 Minneapolis, 6 charged in Minnesota Medicare Medicaid fraud as $18 billion in programs are probed a week ago. No, you guys just didn't know. What do you mean nothing was done until now? What do you think the DOJ is? The Department of Justice. What do you mean nothing's done? The Department of Justice is investigating and charging people and has been charging people for a year. I don't know what you think the panic would be here, folks. My frustration is that you guys don't read. And that now you're running with this story and you're adding a spin that doesn't need to be there. You're blaming Somalis, not specific Somalis, Somalis in general. You did it you've already fallen for this once. During the election, you guys fell for the lie that Somali residents were eating people's pets. And it was based on one story of a woman who said her cat went missing and that she saw in her neighbor's yard like bones by the barbecue. And then she found her cat like a month later or like a week later in her basement. And that was the whole story. Were any of those daycare centers accused of fraud? Yeah, the first one. The one that's closed down. Yeah, it was the Haitian community. It was the one in, the one during the election. Did I say Somalis? Sorry, Haitians. You guys will believe stuff about people who look different than you. That's the point. Like, we need to get back to reality. And that's my frustration. If these people are here and they have legal status, but they're not citizens, I'm 100% okay with them losing their legal status for committing fraud. If they're citizens, then they have to go by the same law that we all deal with, and they should be thrown in jail. And if Tim Walz and his administration saw this and they did nothing about it, whatever criminal charges they can be charged with, charge them. And I wouldn't vote for, if I found out that Tim Walz knew about this and overlooked it, I wouldn't vote for him. He should be removed. You can impeach him if you want. You can do all of these things. But the problem is the people who committed the crimes and the government who apparently didn't have good enough protections to protect the taxpayers' money from being stolen from them. This is theft of taxpayer money, and it should be prosecuted. So you're just upset that I'm not willing to be racist? Is that the difference between us? You're mad that I won't blame all Somalis. That seems to be where our disagreement is. Am I getting that right, Republicans? Is there anything else that I'm missing here? Yeah, back in June he stopped payments, but they're saying this investigation saying that like there was the one saying that there were warnings before COVID. Again, Tim Walz and his administration should be investigated, and he deserves criticism for all of this. But it is interesting to me that like most of the vitriol is being pushed at Somalis. Blame the government. Blame Tim Walz. Blame the people who perpetrated the fraud. Don't blame the innocent people who had nothing to do with this. We can't be that country. All right, man. You got you guys fired up. You got nothing right. Okay. So I was wrong when I said, you said I got nothing right. So I was wrong when I said that the Minnesota government didn't catch this and that they should have, right? I was wrong when I said that Tim Walz should be held accountable for this, right? I was wrong when I said that there is a massive amount of money that has been fraudulently obtained, right? I was wrong about all of that. Gotcha. Let me just remind you who Nick Shirley is. This was Nick Shirley after he went to Ukraine. You're going to be alarmed at how dumb Nick Shirley is, by the way. Let me get through the opening clip here. This was him on I forget this guy's podcast name. Did I get the name of the podcast? Maybe I don't have it. I might not have the name of this podcast. I apologize to this creator. This is about his visit to Ukraine.
I've seen since the start of this war. His video undermining the war and showing that apparent taxpayers' money is being...
I don't think Mr. Shirley did a good job. I think that was shitty journalism. I think that it was gotcha journalism, and he didn't provide facts. He lied. In fact, he openly lied multiple times, and he's going to get caught lying here too. Again, for everybody in the chat, this is just further proof. MAGA does not care about facts. They don't care about the law. They don't care about getting things correct. All they care about is their team sport, the blood sport. Well, look, let's see if Nick is dumb. Let's watch him do this interview and find out if he's dumb.
Wasted on luxury cars here has amassed millions of views, hundreds of thousands of comments, and it's been shared by some of the Kremlin's biggest mouthpieces. So I have an exclusive interview with Nick.
So you see, this is the clip that they're going to talk about. This was Nick. What's his? Nick. Right? Is that the name? Why am I forgetting his name already? Yeah, Nick Shirley. This is a video that he took. Said, POV, you're in Ukraine and you realize where your taxes are going. He's showing, that looks like a Tesla, some nice cars, and he's basically saying American tax money is going to pay for these cars.
Nick, to find out exactly why he did this.
Well, let me know when you're good.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so I spoke to your fixers, and they said that they took you to Bucha, where there are mass graves. They said that they took you to a hospital that was bombed. Having seen all of that, why is it that you decided for your first report to be about the luxury of Kyiv and Americans' tax dollars being wasted?
Yeah, it's a good question. Quite frankly, I'm still putting together the documentary I had. That was a clip I filmed just walking around while I was in Kyiv. And I do believe that here in the United States, there's a lot of misconceptions as far as where tax dollars are being sent. And we have the right to understand where things are going, and that by posting a video like that doesn't make me a pro-Russian by any means. By every mean, I'm very pro-Ukrainian.
Well, you're saying that's not a misconception.
Okay, so let's get what he's right. We do have the right to know where our taxpayer money goes. He didn't provide evidence that the taxpayer money was going to those cars. There are wealthy people in Ukraine, just like in every country, wealthy people exist. He didn't tell us who owns those cars. He just made the claim indirectly that that's where our taxpayer money was going to. Now, he does this thing that all Republicans do. They ask a question And then they give you a bunch of evidence that isn't evidence at all. And then when you check them on that, they say, I'm just asking questions. You just don't like that I'm asking questions. No, I have no problem with you asking questions. Get answers. Don't sell things as answers that aren't answers.
Misconceptions about where the American tax dollars are going. Do you think you're adding to those misconceptions by showing a few luxury cars in the capital of this country and then pulling silly faces? Do you think you're actually adding to that?
I do not, actually. I think a lot of the times and a lot of the things that we do see in the United States, I think there are a lot of misconceptions that we see from the United States. And by putting a video like that is just showing people that as a war is still going on, people are still living a somewhat normal life there in Ukraine, and people have the right to see what's actually happening in Ukraine and Kyiv.
So why did
what was the right? What did we have the right to view? Just a couple of cars that he would say were paid for by our money. Kevin, you know the rules here. Kevin, you've been here before. You can come up here and talk to me. I'm not going to debate you motherfuckers from the chat all day long. One of you have some courage at some point. You're all welcome to come up here and talk to me at any point. Message GenDub1 and you can come up here.
You put that in the caption. Why did you just upload it with a caption saying this is where your tax dollars are going? Why didn't you add the context you're giving me now?
As far as what context?
Guys, help Kevin out. Help Kevin Holman out. Kevin, we're going to go ahead and mute you from commenting until you figure out how to come up here and talk to me, because it seems like you might be scared to have this conversation. So Kevin's going to get a 5-minute mute while he figures out how to work Discord, and you can come up here and correct me, Kevin.
Well, now you're basically telling me you uploaded that video because you wanted to show the world that life carries on as normal in Ukraine. But you didn't say that in the caption or the description of the video on TikTok, Instagram, or Twitter that you uploaded. So why are you only giving me this context, and why didn't you include that in the tweets?
I have included that in the tweets as well. But in that first video I put, as you know how the internet works.
No, he didn't. All three of them. He didn't add that context.
A one-liner often goes a lot farther than paragraphs.
Oh, so I'm not a real journalist. It's clickbait. That's what you're just admitting. It's just clickbait.
Yeah, but you made that a one-liner.
Yeah, I know.
So you're saying I know how the internet works, but you're actually contributing to that.
As far as what?
So here's the caption.
That's what I mean when I say he's dumb. He's like, that's how the internet works. Well, you're contributing to that. How? Let's go back. The video clips that you put up that you just explained that you did them for clickbait. That's why I'm saying that you're indulging in clickbait. I don't get it.
Put up $175 billion goes a long way. This is the capital of Ukraine. You're giving me all this great context. Where's the context in that tweet?
Yeah, if you go look at all the other tweets I put out, there's a lot of context as well.
So that's backtracking because you had a massive amount of backlash from Ukrainians, rightfully. But why didn't you put that in the original tweet?
Because that wasn't the idea of the original tweet.
What was the idea of the original tweet?
To show that what is happening in Ukraine and to show that people are still living a somewhat normal life in certain areas such as Kyiv.
Well, I think what you were doing is to try and show that there maybe isn't a war in Ukraine. You were basically trying to ride this sort of Tim Pool grifter type wave, saying, pulling silly faces, smirking at the people of this country, saying...
Somebody explain to me how a 23-year-old kid got all this funding if he's not doing Russian propaganda. Now, we know Russians target right-wingers and give them a bunch of money to do propaganda. This would be Russian propaganda for sure. Where do we think his money came from? Is he just rich? He went over to Ukraine and then lied. This isn't even the only lie he gets caught in here, by the way. Francis said, for Cam plus 2 guys in Barcalavas security. I don't know what that even means. Damien said, have more faith in our Niners. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Let me grab a couple of these too. Christina said, great job as always. Thanks for bringing us the truth through all the MAGA bullshit. Hold your head up high. You're on the right side of history. Jamar said, I have this candy in a van. Where are the kids? Yep, this is fraud. Johnny, good to see you, buddy. He said, cancer sucks. More chemo today. We love you, buddy. Thank you, Joel, for joining the Dollar Train, as well as Marianne for the $10 and Christy for the $5 hand heart. Appreciate that. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded. We don't get any Russian money. And so anything you can do to help us stay funded would be great. Let's continue this interview.
This is where your tax dollars are going. You cannot avoid that. That is literally what you did. Everybody agrees. Everybody in the comments agrees. That's what you were doing. Why can't you admit that?
I want to know to you MAGA out here that are upset that we're criticizing him. If you put your face in front of a camera and you cover the news, you are now open for criticism. So it's been really interesting watching you guys progress. You went from you won't cover this, you coward. Then I covered it, and then you're like, I showed you his video, and I said he doesn't give you any evidence, and you're like, well, he's trying his best, and now I'm showing you him get caught lying twice, and you're like, why do you even care? Why don't you care? This is the biggest story you guys have today. Everybody on your side of the aisle is tweeting out this guy like he's some sort of incredible journalist. He's a chronic liar and bad at his job, and you're mad at me for pointing that out. This is what I mean. You don't care about truth. You don't care about journalism. It's a team sport for you. You're upset with me for pointing out that you're putting your faith in a 23-year-old fucking dipshit. That's why.
Because I do not believe by making satire on the internet commits a crime by any means.
Okay, so
going back.
This is a huge revelation.
So now it's satire. See how he just changed his tune? Earlier, he was telling the truth. He said, I was telling the truth, and I added context. I wasn't trying to say, and now it's satire. It was truth. It was real reporting. He started this interview saying it's real reporting. Now it's satire. Now he's caught and it's satire. And now you're going to watch MAGA in the chat be upset with me because we're pointing out that this kid's an obvious liar.
We're actually doing satire.
In that post.
So it was satire.
Is there anything wrong with satire?
Okay, so you're telling me now that this was a joke and it's satire and this wasn't your actual reporting. This wasn't you being a journalist.
He flew all the way to Ukraine with all this money he's got somehow to do real investigative journalism, and he got there and did satire. Sure.
What do you mean?
Well, you were being satirical, right? You were joking. You're saying that this tweet was satire. The original report that you put out on TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter was satire.
That was the first video I put out, and if you continue to follow me and watch the videos that will be coming out, you will very much see.
No, I've seen the backtracking, but why didn't you make it clear that it was satire?
Isn't that very obvious that it's clear that it's satire?
No, because it's been retweeted and amplified by pro-Russian accounts that are very serious accounts, and actually it's.
I don't even know who those accounts are.
Okay, well, I can send you that information. A second point. So 2 days ago, Romy Bank commented on your Instagram video saying, "Go East Ukraine. That's the real Ukraine. It's beautiful and wild, but being bombed." And you replied saying, "I visited East Ukraine as well. I will show you in the coming days." Where did you go in East Ukraine?
I went to, isn't Bucha East?
All right, let's pull up this map here real quick. Went to Bucha. I think it's... Pull this up. Scroll out. Okay. See this dot? This is Bucha. Because if east is this way. They said, go check out East Ukraine where it's being bombed, which we know is true. And he said, I did. I went to Bucha. He started in Kyiv, which is, I think, where it's always weird when we have I think Kyiv is like somewhere right in here. So not Eastern Ukraine, right? And now watch him get dunked on there. He didn't even know where he was going.
Do that information. A second point. So 2 days ago, Romy Bank commented on your Instagram video saying, "Go East Ukraine. That's the real Ukraine. It's beautiful and wild, but being bombed." And you replied saying, "I visited East Ukraine as well. I will show you in the coming days." Where did you go in East Ukraine?
I went to, isn't Bucha East Ukraine? Or I went somewhere where there was Bucha.
So Bucha is a 20-minute drive north of Kyiv. Where did you go in East Ukraine?
That's where I went. I went to Bucha. Is that not east of Ukraine?
God. It makes me despair that you've come here, you don't even know the difference between East Ukraine and...
Here's a dirty little secret. These types of accounts like Nick Shirley, Jack Posobiec, who's that other... the guy that did found like Ashley Biden's diary. What is his name? They all get propped up by bot accounts. And so this stuff, the reason that you guys probably didn't know who Nick Shirley was until today is because they use bot accounts to prop this stuff up. James O'Keefe, thank you. They do it with Fuentes too. There's a recent study of Nick Fuentes' followers and engagement, and the estimate is about 60% of them are coming from from the Middle East and Russia. So they push this up. It gets in the algorithm. Somebody sees this. The people that are here in the chat now, like we've already exposed the chat for who they are. They didn't even know about this story. Now they know the story because he took other people's reporting and then knocked on doors. He didn't get a single bit of good information from anybody by knocking on doors, and they think he's a fucking hero. Why? Because a bunch of people shoved him in your face, and it's the first time you're hearing it. That's why. It's the first time you've seen any of this. So you think this is the good reporting. It's not. By the way, there's been other journalists, local journalists, who have gone to these daycare centers and have interviewed people. There have been people who have testified in court that run these daycare centers. We actually have all the answers that he was trying to get on the street. He could have just read in court documents, but he kept finding strangers. And he's like, do you know anything about this company? They're like, I don't know anything about it. See? Fraud. We know that it's fraud. Everybody knows that it's fraud. It's not great reporting, King. If you think what he's doing is great reporting, then you have a low bar or a misunderstanding of what great reporting is. It was more fun for you to watch. It probably kept your attention. Because like real reporting generally is pretty boring. I think that's what happened, is that you saw something that was kind of fun. The reason I know is because people in my life who don't know shit about politics were all posting this yesterday. And they don't know anything about any of it. They've never posted anything about politics. They're all white dudes. And it showed up on their timeline. They're like, oh, look at this new thing. They didn't know it was new. They didn't know that it wasn't new. They didn't know that this has been going on for months. No idea. And none of you did either. And you know that, but you're not going to admit that right now. Let's watch him get dunked on some more, though.
And somewhere that's a 20-minute drive north of Kyiv, and you've put out content that's genuinely extremely damaging. If you look at the comments on your TikTok, if you look at the comments on your Instagram, there are an incredible number of
Tex. By the way, girl dad is Tex, so you guys can all fuck Tex in general. When you say Nick isn't propped up by bots, I'm talking about his views and his reach. Yes, there are a bunch of incel morons who send Nick a bunch of money. There are a lot of you who send Nick money every single day. Nick makes a lot of money. He also makes merch. I don't even know what he's on. Is he on Rumble? I think he gets paid there. Where he has his own membership program, I think. That doesn't mean that that botting doesn't put him in your algorithm. They all do that. That's what Steven Crowder did too. That's how he came out of nowhere. So many of these people, these right-wing journalists, come out of nowhere. I'm just saying, like, what has this kid ever done that puts him on all of your algorithms? This isn't new journalism. It's nothing new. How did he wind up on your algorithm? Be honest with it. How do you think that happened? Because a bunch of people promoted his stuff. And it happens quickly. They understand, especially on Twitter, that what you do is within the first 10 minutes of a post, you get a bunch of different accounts and you have them all engage and repost it. And then it gets into everybody else's algorithm. And eventually you find fans. So a lot of people who didn't know who Nick Shirley was yesterday, you're fans of Nick Shirley today. Why? Because he did this report that you had never heard of, and you think it's the first time. So you're like, wow, what a brave kid. What a new thing. Nice to see a fresh young face doing real journalism. And he's not. He just stole everybody else's journalism and made a 40-minute video where he gave you no evidence. And in fact, he hid evidence that was in plain sight. It's because they want to force this into your algorithm.
Of young people saying, oh, it looks like our money's being wasted. Oh, it looks like there's no war in Ukraine. Oh, it looks like Donald Trump was right. How do you feel when you read those comments? You have actually added to that discourse.
Well, I think we as Americans, we have the right to understand, and I think it might be a misconception on the American side as well, because if you lived in America, you'd see the news that we receive, and there's a lot of distrust going on with the Americans in the political
But you're
space.
saying,
but this is what all of them do. We don't trust the media. Then we show you this guy lying to you, and you're like, I don't care. Why are you being critical? So we can't be critical about them? See what I mean? This is why I say you guys don't care about any of this stuff. You really don't care about any of this. Because when he lies, you get mad at me. Just follow better journalists. There are good journalists who are covering this case. You'll be better informed. He didn't give you any information. All you know now is Somalis.
You also said 5 minutes ago that the post you posted
Nick's not
was
showing
satire.
the fraud. He's not.
So were you trying to wake up Americans to the truth, or were you just doing satire? Which is it?
A bit of both.
Okay, so it's satire, but it's also the harsh reality of the war. I mean, those two things don't cross over very well.
That wasn't to show the harsh reality of the war. It was to show that there's still a normal life that is able to be had in Ukraine.
Let's pause that. 8:45. So remember that. He said that his posts weren't to show the harsh realities of the war. It was to show people lived a normal life. Well, but earlier he said harsh realities of the war was why he was there. Let's look at the post one more time. Let's see. Where is it? You're in Ukraine. First of all, not shocking that a right-wing pundit spelled used the wrong your, and you realize where your taxes are going. He was trying to say that our money for the war was going to buy nice cars in Ukraine. And now he's back here saying, "Oh, that's not what I was doing."
A bit of both.
Okay, so it's satire, but it's also the harsh reality of the war. I mean, those two things don't cross over very well.
That wasn't to show the harsh reality of the war. It was to show that there's still a normal life that is able to be had in Ukraine.
No, it was so that you could say that our taxpayer money is going to pay for nice cars in Ukraine. That's what you were saying with that post. This is like lie number 10 already.
Why didn't you say that?
I have said that. One post does not define everything I did while I was in Ukraine.
I think one post that gets millions of views across all platforms pretty much defines your trip here. Do you understand why people in this country are pretty pissed off with you?
I do understand, and I feel bad if that is the case, and I hope to fix my. I don't think it was necessary for me to go to the front lines, and the time that I was there, we did try to make it happen, and the two people that we.
But I didn't know which direction was east. We're now at the like MAGA in the chat. We're now at the cope where you're like, he gets more views. Yeah, it's easier to get views with dumb people. It's easy.
Did reach out to. We weren't able to coordinate with them to get me to go there.
Yeah, but you told Corey, my friend, that that you didn't want to go to those places, and that you said that, and then publicly you said you couldn't get accreditation to go to the front lines. That's why you didn't go. Why?
Oh my God, this is crazy. This is how we have to deal with MAGA every day. Listen, he used the wrong your. You guys just your memories are dog shit. We'll go back to it. Where is that video? A little further up here. You're in Ukraine. That should be you are in Ukraine. Y-O''RE. This is further proof that MAGA will argue anything when they're dead wrong. Half of MAGA is telling me that I was wrong. That's you are. You are in Ukraine. Should be Y-O''RE. It is just further proof. You will argue anything. You just think that left is always wrong, right is always right, and you argue it, and you never know what you're talking about.
Reach out to. We weren't able to coordinate with them to get me to go there.
Yeah, but you told Corey, my friend, that that you didn't want to go to those places, and that you said that, and then publicly you said you couldn't get accreditation to go to the front lines. That's why you didn't go. Why weren't you just honest and say that you were too scared to go to those places?
That's not the truth, because I did talk with people about potentially going there, and when I got there the first day in Ukraine, I was then informed that if I were to even want to go there, I would have needed to get a press release. I would have had to get press credentials.
But 3 minutes ago, he told us he did go to East Ukraine. So 3 minutes ago, I went to East Ukraine. Then he found out it wasn't East Ukraine. Now he didn't go to East Ukraine because he couldn't get press credentials. How many more lies does he have to tell? We don't care. We like that he's pointing a finger at the direction of Somalis, and we hate immigrants, so we don't care.
No,
so that's
not true at all. No. Corey told you that you could easily go to Kharkiv. I could go to Kharkiv tomorrow if I wanted to go. I've been there a million times. Why didn't you get on the train and go to Kharkiv? What were you worried about if there's no war going on? You know?
It wasn't necessary for me to go to Kharkiv. There was a lot of stuff to document in my 3 days while I was just in Ukraine.
Wait, but now hold on. I was in East Ukraine. Oh, wait, no, I wasn't. Oh, I was going to go to East Ukraine, but I had to get press credentials. You can go there by train. Why didn't you go by train? I didn't need to. 3 different stories in 3 minutes.
Okay, well, it seems like all you documented since you came to this country is the nice area of Kyiv, the nice cars in Kyiv, and you've undermined the war. If you're genuinely sorry, you've just apologized for what you've done. You've also just said that it was satire and not real reporting.
That video was satire.
Yeah, okay, so why don't you delete that video? Because it's being misconstrued and it's being used by Russian propagandists. Why don't you delete it now? It's influencing hundreds of thousands of people all the time, putting people's lives in danger in this country.
If I were to delete it, it would... there's no point in deleting that video. The damage, if there has been damage, is already done.
We won't delete it because he gets money and clicks and he doesn't care about the truth. And you guys don't care if he deletes it or corrects it because you also don't care about the truth. The more you lie as a MAGA content creator, the more they believe you. It's a crazy thing, actually. Like, if you are nuanced, I mean, just think about, like, who are your biggest creators? Candace Owens, she's number 1. She's been caught lying about, like, some of the stuff with Charlie Kirk, good questions. She's been caught lying about, like, 20 different things. Didn't change it, doesn't change things. Her viewership grows. As long as you lie for the cause, and as long as your lie goes after people that they hate, they do not care.
Okay, well, at least you're acknowledging that the damage has been done and that it's been an incredibly damaging video. I know exactly what you were trying to do. You failed in doing it because you've received more backlash and more hate than support, and I guess now you're backpedaling.
I wouldn't say that.
What would you say then?
Well, if you read people from Ukraine, you're obviously going to get the Ukrainian comments. If you read people from America, they are obviously upset as well with what's going on.
How do you think they have a right to be upset?
Yeah, we do, actually.
Look, if you think that it's funny that we're talking about liars, fine, but be better than me then. You know what I mean? Like, if you guys think that everybody on the left lies and you think this is hilarious, then be better than me. Call out the lies on your side. But you don't. You just get mad at me for pointing out the lies. I'd also challenge any of you to bring up something I've ever lied about.
How so?
Because there are millions of dollars, billions of dollars. People are here in the United States as well suffering. And when they see on the news that billions of dollars is getting spent in other countries where most people have never visited, people get upset. Imagine if your dollars, imagine if you made X amount of money and you paid X amount of money in taxes, and then you see that billions of dollars being sent to another country. It would make you upset.
Yeah, imagine if you're...
Yeah, see how he does this? Wouldn't you be upset? Yeah, but you didn't show us that the money was being wasted. You showed us some cars. And then you said that it was satire. This dude can't keep a fucking story straight. Pick a fucking direction, dude. 2 minutes ago, it was satire. Now you're back to you were actually showing that the money was being wasted? How many times has this guy changed his story? That's like the 5th time he's changed what that post was about.
Imagine if your brother had his hands tied behind his back in Bucha and was shot at the back of the head, and then some 25-year-old kid turns up a year later and says that none of it happened. How would you feel about that?
I didn't say that by any means, and you'll see that. So by you making...
Yeah, well, you insinuated that the crimes that have happened in this country are, a waste of American taxpayers' dollars to support, and that basically everything's fine in Kyiv. Like, look, you posted a video of people partying in the streets of Kyiv of nice cars, right? You're undermining the war. You're making it seem like there's nothing wrong happening in Ukraine. You're making it seem like this country is fine, right? That's what you were doing.
That's not true. And if you follow me, and you'll see the other videos I have posted from Ukraine so far. I believe I've only posted 3 videos from Ukraine so far. If you go watch the full video I made on YouTube.
Jessica, the issue is he's lying. And he lied in his video. He didn't find any fraud in his 42-minute video. He took publicly available information that other outlets have already reported on, and he showed you pieces of paper with information that is publicly available, that has been reported on, and then he walked to businesses and knocked on their door and said it must be fraud because they won't let me come into a fucking daycare without a kid. They won't let a stranger with a camera and a microphone walk into a daycare. Nobody's disputing whether or not there was fraud. The point here is that this kid lies. And the reason that I'm upset about it is if he had just went in and done a report on all this stuff, none of you would have cared. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to build momentum around this idea that we need to get rid of Somali immigrants, that this is a particular problem with Somali immigrants. As long as we've had government spending, there has been fraud, people trying to get money from the government. It is a unique, like it's an American problem. It has nothing to do with whether you're Somali or not, but that's what he's doing. That's why I have a problem with his journalism, in air quotes, because he didn't do any journalism. He showed you videos and then tried to provide context with a printout of stuff that we already knew.
Me asking people about what they think about U.S. politics. That was one of the videos I wanted to go film there, and that is what I saw. And if you go read the comments in there, it's very interesting to read those comments as well from people both from America.
It's so nice to hear all this context that you're giving me right now. You know, it's amazing. But why
you were to
wasn't
show
any of it in your original reporting? Where is your film? Where is your film? Where is your original film? The first film that everyone has seen from you in this country is a film under.
By the way, when you say this kid is right, 78% are on welfare. He didn't. That's not his claim. Now you're just saying shit that he didn't say because you guys are all fucking pathetic. You just don't like Somalis. Just say it, but stop pretending that this kid's a good journalist. You just want a reason to go after Somalis.
Mining the war. Where is the film? Where is it?
It's coming out. You'll see it on Sunday.
Okay.
And for you to also go in on your platforms and not even acknowledge the other videos I've made or the other statements that were out before you released your video, are also, it's very wrong of you to do as well.
I don't need to do that. I think it's very obvious who you are and what you're doing and what you've done to the reputation of Ukraine. And I don't think it needs any more context. Just like the fact you omitted context from your video that was apparently satire undermining the war. I don't think I needed the context to include your input in the report I made about you.
Is there anything wrong with satire?
He's back to that. No, it's satire again. Ah, fuck. It was real journalism. Then it was satire, then it was real journalism, and now it's satire again. That's the fourth or fifth time he's changed it from satire to real journalism.
If it is 2 weeks or 2 months before an election in the US that is live or die for this country, and you are making it seem like there isn't a war here, there is something deeply wrong with what you did.
I do not believe so. And if anything...
well, you're morally bankrupt. Do what you want.
I am not morally bankrupt. And if anything, I'm curious, who do you think would be best for the United States or for Ukraine to win the election?
See? I'm not going to address anything. I'm just going to end this with Trump's better. And you guys will celebrate that because that's what it is to you. It's a team game. It's Team Trump. As long as you are doing stuff for Trump, nobody gives a fuck if you lie.
I'm not being interviewed by you right now. You're being interviewed by me.
I just asked you a question.
Yeah, but this isn't your show, so this isn't something that I'm going to answer. And it doesn't really matter. None of this has actually got anything to do with what's happened. You have put out basically Russian propaganda, and I'm just trying to figure out whether you were paid by the Russians or whether you were just used by them.
I'm not, and for you to say that is very dangerous for my life and for the life of my family, so I would really appreciate it.
No, it's not. It is not dangerous. Who's coming after you for putting out Russian propaganda? How'd that go? Did that make life more uncomfortable for Tim Pool? Was it tough for Dave Rubin? Did they experience threats on their life? No, it didn't make their life more difficult. If anything, they're more protected. Doesn't make it. Now he's playing victim. Sorry, you put out Russian propaganda. You did it.
If you would retract those claims because they are 100% false. I'm 100% independent. I pay for everything on my own, and I have no ties with any Russian.
Sure. I think the people that are actually in danger right now, the people whose lives are in danger, are the people in this country from the Russians who are sharing your video. So good luck with that.
That is very true, that there are many people's lives at stake, and this war does need to end as soon as possible.
So it appears...
All right. Just wanted to see what kind of journalist he is. And when he's confronted by somebody with any facts, he crumbles immediately. Jackie said, happy belated Christmas. Thank you very much. Jacob said, why doesn't anyone bring up Amy Bach, the white woman who spearheaded the fraud in Minnesota? Good point. They don't know who Amy Bach is. They have no idea. All right. And then MT Clark said, Dollar Train Gang. Thank you. What's up, Jen?
Okay. So I've been waiting for the right time to jump in. That kid sounds like Ty.
That's what I thought too.
It's not him, but it's the cadence and everything. It sounds just like him.
Yeah.
Kind of creepy.
He's like every guy who argues abortion on TikTok. That same like deadpan cadence. It just obfuscates every chance they get. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of creepy, but so yeah, I thought I'd hop in for
oh shit, that is the guy. That's the guy who said that there was the Antifa safe house at the Portland ICE facility. I forgot. That's him too. God damn, this dude is wrong always. He's always wrong. I forgot that was him.
He said what?
Remember there was he was following people around in Portland, and they were like after that girl, there was, I forget her name, the one that like put on the makeup at the White House that got hit in the eye, that had the black eye. So they followed the person who like hit them back to what they called was the Antifa safe house. And they said it was, and then later, like a week later, they interviewed the guy who owned or was like renting the apartment. He's like, yeah, I just let people up to like go to the bathroom or get a drink of water. Or if they like get sprayed, like they can wash off their face here. And he said it was like an Antifa paid for safe house. I forgot that was him.
That's fun. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, so there's lots of people chirping in the chat. You guys can come up and have a conversation. If you look at the Venmo username, it doesn't cost anything, but you can send me a message on Discord. The Venmo username is the same as my Discord username. So if you disagree with RTP and you want to come up and have a conversation, message me on Discord and I'll bring you up to talk.
He went to CCOT too? Yeah, like, how does this kid have all this access and all this ability to? I know now he's probably making a ton. I think he has his YouTube numbers. I think he has a ton of subscribers on YouTube. This stuff would be hard to monetize, but yeah, I hate to break it to you, but there are he has 1.19 million subscribers.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going.
People who crack me up, Discord is a pit. There's different servers for different communities, for different spaces. Clearly, you don't know anything about it, what Discord is. So
it's just their excuse to not actually debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyways, so tonight is movie night for our members only event, right?
Yes.
Yes. So we are having a members only event. So if you are a paid subscriber member on any of the platforms wherever you're watching, you can join us for that. So if you'd like to join us for the movie night, you're not currently a member, please sign up. I already mentioned how you guys can come up and have a talk. We're a little ways off from our gift goal. So this is our, as much as you disagree, this is our job. This is how we pay our bills. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, I'll go towards knocking down the rest of that gift goal. So if you guys could help us knock that gift goal out by the end of the show, that'd be fantastic. How much longer do you think we're going to be on today?
We'll go like till 2.
To
my time. So
Mountain.
Wait. Maybe like 1:30 actually.
Okay.
Tonight it's episode 3 and 4 of Dope Sick for everybody asking.
Which time zone are you talking about?
My time, Mountain, yeah.
Okay, so 12:30 Pacific.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I said, if you're not at the gift goal, check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch, Jay's on Cameo, and we upload these episodes to Spotify. Click. No one's going to pay attention to you because he doesn't debate the comments. So that's how that works. So I just want to remind everybody to remember to go poop before midnight on New Year's Eve. You don't want to be carrying the same shit in 2026.
That's right. Thank you. Tony said, bang, bang, Niner gang. There was a Wall Street Journal article that came out about Trump selling pardons, and you should go read that. But I wanted to show you just one segment from the article here. Now we're going to talk about Trump's corruption, and now people are really going to lose it. So there we go. We covered the Minnesota stuff for the 80th time. We're moving on. Administration officials and lobbyists describe 2 playbooks that have emerged. There's the official track, which involves pardon czar Alice Johnson, who, by the way, has been in prison for like 30 years for trafficking drugs. And then she got a pardon from Trump, and now she is the pardon czar. I don't know what her qualifications are there. I assume she doesn't have a law degree. I don't know. And maybe she got it while she was in prison, maybe before. Justice Department pardon attorney and personal attorney of Trump, Ed Martin, and the White House counsel's office. Applicants usually go through one of the three, and ultimately White House counsel Dave Warrington reviews the application and makes a recommendation to Trump. The two men meet every few weeks to discuss pardons, administration officials said. The second track's riskier but can be much faster. If an applicant can find Trump at Mar-a-Lago or a White House event and ask for a pardon directly, Trump is often inclined to be helpful, administration officials said, particularly if someone uses the magic words unjust prosecution. Now, you're going to say that this is fake. These are citing members of the administration. You're going to say this is fake, but we're going to go over some of the corruption and the amount of criminals that Trump has let off the hook. And we're going to prove once and for all that none of these people who have been crying about fraud are going to give a single solitary fuck about any of the fraud that's been pardoned by Donald Trump. So stick around if you would, but this is going to be uncomfortable. I want to talk first about a man named Philip Esformes. He was a healthcare executive that was charged by the DOJ for $1.3 billion in a Medicare fraud scheme. He got a 20-year sentence, which was then commuted by Trump in 2020, and is still routinely cited as one of the largest fraud schemes ever in this country, perpetrated by one company.
CBS 4 News.
Here is CBS Miami, the local station covering this.
New at noon, CBS 4 News and our news partners at the Miami Herald have uncovered another local link to the nationwide college cheating.
I forgot to set this up correctly. After he got his commutation, he immediately went and committed more crimes, and he has been linked in other prominent crimes like the college cheating scandal.
It turns out a man on trial for the largest case ever of Medicare fraud may also have a connection to the case. CBS 4's Carrie Cott is live in Miami with the exclusive details. Carrie.
Well, that's right, Maribel. And this connection we learn about from some text messages involving a Miami businessman who's on trial here in federal court on a massive healthcare fraud case. His name is Philip Esformes. He's charged in that case. Investigators say that he contacted the man in California at the center of the college cheating scandal a couple of years ago, and the messages concerned getting the Miami man's son into college. Philip Esformes is accused of masterminding the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history right here in Miami.
Okay, you guys care about Medicare fraud, right? You care about Medicare fraud. Why did Trump commute this man's sentence? No, I'm not saying Trump is. Why did Trump commute his sentence?
Patients were not regarded as people, as living things, but simply exploited as cogs in a machine of fraud.
That was from a news conference a couple of years ago when Philip Esformes was charged. Federal authorities allege that Esformes shuffled patients among his nursing homes and assisted living centers and filed false medical claims worth
thanks for the gifted subs, Cerebral.
Millions. And for a portion of that time, federal agents believe Esformes was also texting with a man named Rick Singer about getting Esformes' son into college. Singer is the California man accused of raking in millions of dollars by helping the
Esformes. I thought it was Esformes. It's Esformes.
And famous, like actresses Felicity Huffman and Lori Loughlin, cheat the college acceptance system to get their kids into prestigious schools. Investigators say the scheme involved having someone take entrance exams for the applicants or portraying the applicants as athletes when they weren't. In the text messages released by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Miami, Esformes and Singer communicated in late 2013 and early 2014. Esformes asked at one point, "What is the date of test in Arizona?" and also spoke about the score his son posted on a test. "I think total was 2,000, Esformes wrote. Singer replied, "Very good for starter." Jay Weaver is a reporter for the Miami Herald. He's covered the Esformes case for years. He said the text messages don't reveal specific details of money changing hands between Esformes and Singer or allegations of cheating.
That's the nature of the exchange. We don't know how it ends because the text messages...
Okay, so while he's in court for his Medicare fraud, he gets wrapped up in this as well, just showing that this is like a chronically terrible person. And then, after he gets his commutation, he gets arrested again. Philip Esformes, whose 20-year prison sentence for a massive $1.3 billion Medicare fraud was commuted in 2020 by then President Trump, was arrested over the weekend in Florida on domestic violence-related charges. you can go read this article. We'll post it in there. But essentially, his wife wanted to keep some of the money. She was able to get some of the money from his charges, and then he wanted half of it back, and so he beat up his wife. But Trump commuted that sentence because we don't care, one, about Medicare fraud, and we don't care about crime either. Trump just got some money and gave that guy a pardon. Now, for all of those who are upset about the fraud in Minnesota, I'd like to hear from you now. It seems like a lot of you have left. Why is it that you don't care that Donald Trump pardons people for fraud, Medicare fraud specifically? Do we want that? Now we're going back to either way. It's both sides. Really, both sides do it. Anybody? No, we're quiet. We do care. Okay, good. All right. Let's also talk about another Republican who was rewarded.
Tell people as you travel the state you want to run Florida.
By getting a governorship and becoming the senator of Florida. This was in the Florida governor's debate where he was questioned about the fraud that he committed, the Medicaid fraud. Rick Scott.
Tell people as you travel the state you want to run Florida like a business. I want to look into a bit of what we know about your business. When you were the chairman of Columbia HCA, you once gave a deposition. This is in January 1997.
He was found guilty, Moose Duty. He went to jail. Trump commuted his sentence, let him out of jail. So he did do the fraud. He did go to jail. Trump let him out. And when he came out, he beat up his ex-wife. So why? I'm just wondering if it's not like, shouldn't you be turning on Trump now? No. We've already said that people in Minnesota committed fraud. I care about Minnesota. It's being investigated. It should be investigated. People should go to jail in Minnesota, and the people who commit these crimes shouldn't get pardons. Just like I believe that Esformes should not have got a commutation, but he did. So I'm just wondering why it is that you think that your president commuted his sentence. It could be both. Now here's Rick Scott.
In which you were being asked questions about some letters that were key to a fraud case. And you said you didn't know if you had signed those letters. And you said, quote, I sign letters all the time that I have not read. If you were the chief executive of the state of Florida, is that the practice you will employ?
Well, if you look at the letters you sign a lot of letters when you're a CEO of a company. It's, award letters and all sorts of things like that. So there's a lot of letters that you sign. You trust the people around you.
Letters that were critical to trying to prove fraud allegations.
Yeah, I don't know that issue at all. But
he was a CEO. He was deposed. His company was charged with this. He doesn't know anything about it.
Position that involved your company?
Not a long time ago. Not 13 years ago. But here's what you do as CEO. All right. I mean, we had 285,000 employees. I mean, we had millions of contracts in that company. So what you do as CEO is you surround yourself with the smartest people you can, and you trust them. You do what Ronald Reagan says: you trust but verify as much as you can. So I don't know the factors in that case, but that's what I will do. That's what I did in that company, and that's what I'll do as governor.
If you read the deposition, if you read through the depositions, and many who have said at times you appear to be deflecting or trying to be evasive, and I understand some of these are lawsuits against a company. You need to protect proprietary information. I understand that completely. But in one of the depositions, this is January 16th, 1997, the same deposition, I don't know what your definition or anybody's definition of an agreement is, or an offer is, or promise is. I can read those words to you, but to say that it's something else, I have no idea.
Oh, if you look at...
Hey, Young, maybe you're new here. I'm not going to debate you from the chat, dude. I got an entire outline to do. If you want to come up and talk to me, it seems like you were upset that you were limited on the words you were allowed to say, which is a YouTube problem, not us. You're welcome to come up here and you can talk to me directly. But no, I'm not going to stop my whole show to give you attention. If you need attention, find some friends.
It's a lawsuit, right? And they're trying to get you to make a legal definition of something. So that's not what you do as a CEO.
6 days before you announced your candidacy for governor, you gave a deposition.
Now, by the way, this is also the same guy now who is using his money and his influence to block the legislation that says that members of Congress can't trade stocks. And the reason his reasoning is, I don't want to be poor. Do you? Rick Scott, should he be in office? Should we allow fraudsters like that to be in office in the GOP? Probably not, right? Do you care? Will you talk about it? Probably not. He's not Somali.
You're running on your business record. You don't really have a public record. People are asking you to release the deposition. Doesn't that make sense?
No. It was a legal dispute. It was settled. It has nothing to do with running for governor. It has nothing to do with anything that you're doing. I mean, look, this race is about one issue. This race is about jobs. When you go around the state, people care about jobs. That's what I'm running on. I'm running because I have a history of building.
Nobody says Minnesota good. The fraudsters in Minnesota are bad. They are criminals. The Waltz administration didn't catch it in time. It went about for too long. If anybody knew about it and overlooked it, they should also be punished. Fraud in Minnesota, bad. Fraud in Florida, bad. Fraud in the White House, bad. I'm the only one, like, our side of the aisle seems to be able to say this. It's your side of the aisle that only cares about Minnesota. You won't talk about other fraud, but I will, so we're going to keep talking about it. I want to talk to you about a man named John Galanis. He was a financier who was involved in multiple fraudulent investment schemes. He had a 2017 sentence which required him to pay back more than $80 million in restitution. $80 million that he stole from people. And Trump wiped that out with clemency during his second term, gave him a pardon. Here's the story. This month, Jason Galanis, the father of, These are in wrong order. His name's John Galanis. Now, people say, did he give Trump money? Yes. Did he do anything else for Trump? His son, who worked for the same company, and who probably should have gone to jail too, made a name for himself during the Biden administration with this.
Chairman Gomer, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the committee, my name is Jason Galanis. I was a business partner of Hunter Biden and Devin Archer, among others, during the years of 2014 and 2015. Our business included the acquisition of 85-year-old Wall Street firm Burnham & Company, the $1.5 billion surviving division of Drexel Burnham Barrett. Our objective was to build a diversified private equity platform, which would be anchored by globally known Wall Street brand together with a globally known political name, Biden. Our goal...
Now, you can go watch this deposition if you want, but this man testified, this is an 8-minute clip, and the claims that he tried to make about Hunter Biden didn't even include any allegations of fraud or wrongdoing. He just said that he believed that some people did business with them because of the Biden last name. So he committed fraud with his dad, avoided jail, went in and testified, and then suddenly, after that, Trump gives his dad clemency and wipes out $80 million in restitution. $80 million that he stole from American citizens. He doesn't have to pay back anymore. You can read here from 2016. Jason Galanis and his father both entered guilty pleas for their roles in swindling Jirova Financial Group investors. They admitted to manipulating the company's stock price using a maze of small companies and straw buyer to conceal their involvement. They agreed to forfeit over $37 million in assets and will both be sentenced in December. Other alleged conspirators include Jason's two brothers, Jared and Derek Galanis. If the name sounds familiar, it's because the family has bounced from one colorful financial scandal to the next over 30 years. 5 years ago, Pomerantz filed suit for Jirova investors based on the same violations. That suit was successfully settled. The Galanis currently also face criminal charges alleging they bilked $60 million from members of the Sioux Nation in South Dakota. In the last 2 decades, they have reportedly dabbled in gambling, porn, and Kosovo drug rings. It was reported that 2 months ago, while out on bail and facing criminal charges, Jason Galanis, the man testifying, got drunk on an airplane and sent threatening texts to a former friend he thought was cooperating with federal investigators. His bail was consequently revoked. Although Galanis Sr., the Bernie Madoff of the 80s, served years in prison, investors were never made whole. Throughout that decade, he faced a litany of charges, including stealing hundreds of millions from investors and millions from the government in false tax deductions, fraud, stole government money, and investor money. When the sentence was handed down, then U.S. Attorney Rudy Giuliani told the press he hoped it would send a message that those like the Galanis are involved in multi-million-dollar frauds and corruption will realize that no matter how wealthy or how powerful they believe they are, no matter how complex their scheme, they too can be brought to justice. If the sentence indeed had any deterrent effect, it was short-lived. Perhaps this time, by rounding them all up at once, we can hope that the U.S. District Attorney Barrara has succeeded in shuttering the Galanis family for good. And then they gave Trump money and he pardoned them. They stole money. That's 2 for 2 people who've stolen money from taxpayers that Trump pardoned. Do we care about that? You guys care about fraud, right? I assume you're going to abandon your love for Donald Trump and your support for Donald Trump because he's just letting these people off the hook. Yeah, we got real quiet. We got real quiet when we went on Trump's record. Let's keep going. How about Trevor Milton? This was the man who founded Nikola, which was obviously instead of Tesla, he did Nikola. He was convicted of securities and wire fraud for misrepresentations to investors. Prosecutors sought around $600 million in restitution. A figure cited as the approximate damage to investors, but then he was pardoned. And here's Trevor Milton talking about getting a
Trevor
phone
Milton,
call.
thank you so much
Such a good guy. Gets a phone call from Trump letting him know, hey, you know that $600 million that you stole? And that fraud, remember when you pretended you had a hydrogen-powered diesel? And you faked it, you just rolled it down a hill so people thought it worked? Don't worry about it. You gave Trump $1.8 million. You don't have to pay any of that shit back.
Trevor Milton, thank you so much for speaking to the Wall Street Journal today. You were pardoned by President Trump after being convicted 2.5 years ago on federal fraud charges.
And I don't know him, but they say it was very unfair.
Did you know that Trump was going to call you with this news yesterday?
I had a little bit of a heads up because he called me about a week ago out of the blue. I got a call from my phone showed up and it was like executive offices of the president of the United States. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't know if that was just fake or not, because you get so many spam calls. So I answered it and they were like, hey,
Sure, Larry. Good try, Larry. Making room in prison for others. But why not make him pay back the investors? Because you could just commute his sentence and not make him pay back the money, right? But he didn't make him pay back the money either. So it seems like he had a $600 million bill, and he's like, if I just give the president $1.8 million, then that'll wipe out my $600 million. I don't care if you let him out of jail. It doesn't really bother me as much. The restitution part I have a problem with.
Can you hold for the president of the United States? I'm like, well, yeah, of course I can, And he hopped on and he was just like, is this Trevor? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, he's like, how you doing today? And I'm like, I'm doing okay. It's been pretty rough, but I'm doing okay. And he's like, well, you're going to be doing a lot better now. I've got some news for you. And then he told me, he's like, I'm going to pardon you. And I was like, holy cow, are you serious? And he's like, yes, I'm going to, and it's not going to be just a commutation, whatever. I'm going to give you a full and unconditional innocence pardon, and it's all over. They can't ever hurt you again. And so, I got to learn
one more time, just so we can level set. Fraud in Minnesota, bad. Everyone who committed fraud in Minnesota should be prosecuted. Everyone who gets prosecuted should have to pay back any money that they possibly can. And nobody who gets prosecuted and convicted should get a pardon. Also, none of these fraudsters should get pardoned. They should all have to pay back the money that they stole. This is what we call holding the same standard across the political aisle.
To it a few days prior, and so it was just crazy. I mean, I didn't expect him to call me again, though. I got a call the second time, and that was even more fantastic.
In the court,
got to see that in the court.
He's not the one that signed the check. His mom wrote it. I think it was his mom went to Mar-a-Lago and got the pardon.
What about the jurors relative with the job of Tesla? Do you think that the person should not have to call?
By the way, I have friends who lost millions of dollars with this guy. This guy's Mormon. He's from Utah, where I'm from. I have friends who have lost millions of dollars. One of my friends, it ruined his life. He had a bunch of money invested here, and he lost everything. Shouldn't have invested that much. Should have done his due diligence. But now he'll never see that money either. And guess what? He voted for Trump.
Prosecutors were asking for more than $600 million in restitution. Is that also wiped out as part of the pardon, or do you have to pay any money to investors at this point?
When the prosecutors go and make a $600 million request to seize my assets, this is another reason why this overreach of the Justice Department is why people don't trust the Justice Department anymore. If they would have come in and said, hey, look, we want a few $100,000 or we want this or we want that, you could actually say, okay, maybe there's 10 or 15 people out there that invested based upon what they misunderstood me to say.
I agree. My friend is an idiot for investing. But yeah, the $600 million is the damage to investors. That's the number they're citing.
Or what maybe I just didn't clarify well enough on.
Yes, he would have been required to pay back some of the money to my friend. Yes.
Quick podcast. But because they went out with these outrageous desires to seize hundreds of millions of dollars, that's actually what hurt them. And that's part of the reason why I think Justice Department leadership now is like, this is not going to happen anymore. We're done with this stuff.
What has life been?
This guy playing the Justice Department is corrupt after scamming people out of hundreds of millions of dollars and faking that his truck worked. You want to see this guy's house? Look at this guy's house, which he didn't have to forfeit. I thought he had to sell. He was going to sell it, and he never sold it, and now he's just back living at this house. This is in, I think, in like Hobble Creek Canyon. Where is it? Video is. Where's the picture? Go back. I did not pull up the picture. Let's pull it up. It's the same article. Why is it not showing the picture? It's LA Times always trying to make me pay to see a picture. Let's get one that's not. Wall Street Journal will make me pay. About this one. See, this one will show it. Yeah. This is his house. Guest house. Big ass mansion. I think it was like 32 million. What he paid for it. It's called the Riverbend Ranch. Just out there living in that house. No big deal. 1.8 million. That's all he had to pay from his stolen money to Trump. Now he's free.
Been like for you in the past 2.5 years since the trial?
Oh, sorry, real quick. Rhonda said, thank you for all you do, both do, and Happy New Year. Thank you. Tony, I think I got that, the Bang Bang Niner Gang. Just a reminder, guys, we got about, an hour left? 45 minutes left. And if you can help us knock out that gift goal by the time we're done, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Man, it's been hell. Look, I used to love the Justice Department.
Amy said, what did Dems do when that Democrat senator got charged for fraud? Yeah, we ran him out of the party, and then Trump pardoned him. The only Democrat you caught for fraud, Trump pardoned. That's a really good point. Thank you.
Trust him till I went through this. And now I know why people that have been through this all have the exact same comments. They're like, you can't trust him anymore. And I really wish the judges would put a stop to this and make these people play fair.
What's next for you?
Oh, man. I'm still trying to figure out how to process this data, all what's just happened in the last 24 hours of my life. Every day when you wake up when you've been indicted and gone through this, you train your mind to not have hope.
Oh, well, he's so brave.
You train it to
we're done with Trevor Milton's wah baby cry fest. How about Wall Street Journal putting him up there too, and just letting him be a fucking victim after he bought a pardon? Don't worry, we're not done. I want to introduce you to, some of you already knew, the reality TV family, the Chrisleys. Todd Chrisley. They were convicted of tax evasion and bank fraud, ordered to pay between $17 and $18 million in restitution, and then Trump gave them a pardon, and now they don't have to pay that back. Here's Fox News covering it. Remember, Fox News, who's really all in. We can't allow fraud in this country, they say about Minnesota, but when it's Trump's folks, it's fine.
A lot of people pardon, but the reason the Chrisleys are making the news is they had that reality show, Chrisley Knows Best. They're very famous. A lot of people around the country watch that show. And their attorney says that they were targeted for their...
It is the most brightest, pinkest beard I've ever seen.
...political views. Their daughter spoke at the RNC, Savannah, but she was sentenced to 7 years in a prison in Kentucky, and he was sentenced to 12 years in a prison in Pensacola, Florida. Seems like a long time for tax evasion. They didn't pay their taxes for 3 years, and they used they're charged with using fake bank statements to get loans for.
Yeah, that's called bank fraud, tax evasion and bank fraud. You see how Fox is like spitting this? They didn't pay their taxes, and they did some stuff with the banks. They did fraud, bank fraud, and tax evasion. Say the crimes that they committed, please.
Luxury items.
And then after they get the reality show and they're buried in debt, they hid money from the IRS. And that's what a jury decided. They both get 12 and 7 years.
I was talking to Emily Campagno yesterday on Outnumbered, and she said, as a lawyer, she said if you're caught with tax...
We already covered the shit in Minnesota. Tom, we covered that already today, and now we're covering other fraud. Do you only care about the stuff in Minnesota, Tom, or are you going to stick around? People committed fraud in Minnesota. They should be prosecuted. They should go to jail. Donald Trump keeps pardoning people who committed fraud. We're wondering why you guys are cool with this. We're wondering why you only care about fraud in Minnesota. And if it's not about being racist, then explain it a different way. Why is the fraud in Minnesota so important, but this stuff that Trump's doing isn't important?
Evasion. She said usually they offer a plea deal. You go to prison for X amount and like a minimum security, and you have to pay it back. But she said, I'm wondering if they went to court, and I don't know the answer to that.
Welcome.
If they went to
had a trial.
Okay, so she says usually in those situations, if you have a trial, you're going to get slapped with a huge sentence.
They got it. Also, their accountant went to jail, too.
Yeah. I just
want to guess if their accountant got pardoned? Anybody want to guess if the accountant who helped them do all this got a pardon? He did not. Spent 18 months in jail, and he paid a $35,000 fine. He had to pay his fine, but they didn't have to pay theirs. No pardon for the accountant.
I think there's a theme with this president when he feels like people are being overcharged.
That's what Alice
and the punishment is too severe.
Right.
Yeah, that's what the punishment was too severe. I wonder why the guy who got caught for like bank fraud and tax evasion is willing to say that, oh, it's not fair if you go to prison for tax fraud or tax evasion or bank fraud. But welfare fraud, you do need to go to prison for. Well, unless if you're just getting here, Philip Esformes, who committed Medicare fraud and Trump pardoned. We got a lot of problems here. There's nothing you can say about the fraud happening in Minnesota that Donald Trump hasn't pardoned during this administration. I do hate Trump, but it's not why I'm covering this. You just suck his dick for a hobby. That's why you're upset that I'm covering this. It's part of who you are now. You wake up in the morning and you deep throat that skinny shaft with the big mushroom head. That's the difference between the two of us. I think it's all bad, but mostly why I hate Trump is because he's a criminal, and then you guys pretend that he's not, and you overlook criminal activity on the right and only care when it's on the left. That's why. All right.
You just got to look in contrast. You got some violent criminals that have committed rape and murder that are back on the street, and then you have people for taxes, a nonviolent offense.
Yes, there were a bunch of violent offenders that Trump also pardoned for beating the shit out of police officers. Yeah, those people too. Some of them went and committed the more heinous acts after that. Yeah. Oh, you gotta let them out. By the way, if he just commuted their sentence, these folks at Fox News who also sucked Trump's dick for a hobby would have a point. But he didn't just commute their sentence. He also said they don't have to pay back the money. So all the taxes that they were supposed to pay, all that money that you and I could use for the bills that we have to pay because we're in debt. You don't have to pay that back to the government. It's fine. Just give Trump $1 million and he'll forgive your debt. No big deal.
That are locked up for almost 20 years.
Right. So when you looked at their background, you see the fact that they did seem to hide money from the IRS. They were buried in debt, defraud banks. You're not saying that didn't happen. You just say they're overly charged.
They were definitely overly charged. Without going into all of the elements of this case and this trial, which if we had more time to talk about it, I'd be able to tell you all of the horrific things that happened in their case. But they were certainly over a sentence, and for that, looking at them, they don't pose a risk to society.
Okay, fine. Let's pretend that that's correct. I don't know. Why not make them pay back what they stole? Why not pay back the 17 to 18 million dollars in restitution? Because it's not really, it's about them not having to pay money. That's why they pay Trump, so they don't have to pay the money back.
In fact, I know that they're going to use their voices and their platform to uplift the president's agenda.
So,
yeah. All right. Don't worry, we're not done. Carlos Watson ran a company called Ozy Media, OZY. They were ordered to pay $36.8 million in restitution in a securities and wire fraud case. And then Trump canceled out, gave them clemency and removed the remaining restitution obligations. They paid back about $1.5 million of the 36.8. So all these people have to do is pay Trump some money, and then people who were victims don't get their money back. But at least Trump got a few $1 million. I want to show you this. This was from a House document. This just shows you all the fraud forgiveness that we've had so far. $100 million in fines. HDR Global Trading Limited. They violated the Bank Secrecy Act. They had to pay $100 million in fines. That was wiped away. Trevor Milton's for security frauds. $676 million in restitution. So this money should go to the government. So we lost out of that $100 million to the government. This went to pay people back. They didn't get that. Sam Reed was also violation of the Bank Secrecy Act. $10 million, doesn't have to pay that to the government. Jason Galanis, $84 million in restitution, didn't have to pay back. Ozy Media, $36 million. Carlos Watson this is the same, by the way. These aren't two separate charges, I don't think. But Carlos Watson, $36 million. Michelle Fiore, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, $70,000 had to pay back, or didn't have to pay back. Paul Walzak, willful failure to pay trust fund taxes, failure to file return and information, owed $4.3 million. Didn't have to pay that back. And then Scott Howard Jenkins, conspiracy to commit bribery concerning programs receiving federal funds, honest services mail fraud, and honest service wire fraud, honest services mail fraud, honest services wire fraud, 3 counts, bribery concerning programs receiving federal funds, got his sentence commuted and didn't have to pay back the $600. So, but Minnesota, what's the total amount in Minnesota? We don't care about this stuff though, right? We care about fraud deeply. This MAGA agenda is anti-fraud. And then last thing, let's see. Yeah, there's one more. Joseph Schwartz. And this is Representative Becca Balint. Absolutely torching the administration and making a good point. We'll close out Trump's fraud stuff with this.
Another day, another disgusting pardon by Donald Trump. I want to tell you today about Joseph Schwartz.
Thank you, Jamie.
Joseph Schwartz ran a nationwide nursing home empire and stole $38 million through Medicaid and tax fraud. And I want you all to remember, that's our money. He cheated American taxpayers. He cheated his employees. He stole money out of their paychecks and kept it for himself instead of paying their taxes. He robbed them from their 401ks. Elderly patients in his care got substandard care. So in April, this swindler was...
So he ran something called I'm trying to remember the name of his company. It was in New Jersey. He had a bunch of nursing homes. And he stole $38 million. Got a pardon.
Rightly sentenced to 3 years in prison. But he didn't stay long, thanks to our president. He gave him a full and unconditional pardon after just 90 days. Trump and the Republicans cut $1 trillion from Medicaid, and Americans are not going to have their health care. And meanwhile, this guy literally steals $38 million from all of us. And Trump lets him walk free and back home to his $1.2 million home. Trump is laughing at his voters. It's disgusting.
All right. So when it comes to Minnesota, we don't know the fraud the total amount of fraud that's been uncovered. A lot of the numbers that they're using, like in Nick Shirley's video, he's like, this company got 1.9 million. We're going to say that it's all fraud. I think some of the biggest ones, like Feeding Our Future, they claim that there was 250 million stolen. The U.S. attorney estimated potential fraud could be up to 9 billion. That's the amount of billions of dollars that have been sent there. So we actually have no idea. What's confirmed, at least, that there's charges. There's 250 million from Feeding Our Future, 150 million from CCAP, which is childcare. New Way is 58 million. Frontline Workers Program about 45 million. That's what we have so far. The $8 billion or the $9 billion, whatever number you're citing, is a guess. Like if all of this was fraudulent, that would be the total. But I think so. If we do total that they've actually identified 250, 3, 4, 450, 500 million dollars is where we're at right now. Again, if it's 9 billion, they should absolutely go to jail. All these people who stole should go to jail. Yeah, but Bud Russell, look at it. What does it say when it says 9 billion? Keep going. It says a top prosecutor suggested that the total amount of fraud in Minnesota could be 9 billion or more. That's the amount that it could be. I don't know where you're getting the 1.9. I'm just reading what I have here. I could have missed some. If I look, Joe Thompson, you can just read the article here, actually. And I'm pulling these up right now. So if I'm missing something, please correct me. I didn't have this on the outline. This is just me in real time trying to figure this out. Top prosecutor suggests on Thursday that total amount of fraud in Minnesota could be 9 billion, according to First Assistant Attorney Joe Thompson. Medicaid services under audit and deemed high risk for fraud have cost the state 18 billion since 2018. That's just the money they've been given. So the places that are under audit and deemed high risk have gotten $18 billion since 2018. That doesn't necessarily mean that all of that stuff is fraudulent. Thompson said a substantial amount of money billed across those programs is fraudulent, but the exact amount is still under investigation. I don't make these generalizations in a hasty way. When I say significant amount, I'm taking on the order of half or more, but we'll see. When I look at the claims data and the providers, I see more red flags than I see legitimate providers. So we'll find out. But the 9 billion is just a made up number so far. I don't know where you got the 1.9 billion. It could be in a different. What was the source? Who said 1.9 billion? What was your source on that? I want to see if they're adding in other programs that I don't have yet. Let's just search Minnesota. 1.9 billion. Fraud. I don't see that number anywhere. Yeah, I don't see that. If you have a source on that, let me know. Again, nobody's going to be upset if that gets prosecuted. I don't think you're going to get any pushback from anybody. The only thing we're asking out of you, MAGA, one, I don't expect you to care about Trump because like we've done this forever. But could we just not make this about where people are from? Could we, like, if you were accused of a crime, it wouldn't be fair to say, if you're from England originally, if your family's from England, it wouldn't be fair to say all English people. Can we learn from this mistake? We did this. We've done this with so many people in this country. We've done it with the Irish. We've done it with Italians. We've done it with South American immigrants. You're doing it with Somalis. Can we just learn one time? Just one time, can we just say everybody who committed fraud should be investigated? But it doesn't matter that like a bunch of them come from Somalia. That doesn't mean that all the Somali people that are there are fraudsters. And that's a good point too. Amy Bach is alleged to be the mastermind. You want to see who Amy Bach is? She's the one that's the biggest one that's been named. Oh, that's going to go to Fox News, Facebook. Let's go. Yeah, this is local news here. Still goes to Facebook, but it's TPV. She's the one that was doing Feeding Our Future. And they're saying that she owes $5.2 million. So out of the $250 million that they got, Feeding Our Future got, they're saying $5.2 million needs to go back. That's all we're asking you. Can we please just not be like loop people in? Can we not be racist or xenophobic for like a minute? Could we just allow people to be criminals and judge them on their criminality, not their skin color, for just like a second? That's all we're really asking from you guys. Nobody's saying that they shouldn't go to jail. They shouldn't be prosecuted. If I'm in Minnesota, I'd be very upset. I'd be really upset if I was a taxpayer in Minnesota and this amount of fraud went unnoticed. There's plenty of stories saying that it should have been noticed earlier. I'd be upset with my government. If you want to be upset with Tim Walz, that's fine too. I don't exactly know his role. I think everybody deserves criticism here, but can we just not do the bigotry with it? Can we just, for once, not do bigotry, MAGA? Just leave it out. It's impossible. It does feel impossible sometimes. Yeah, thanks. Mama Kimbo said, I live here and it needs to be investigated. MAGA's not racist. They blame all child victims equally. That's true. That is true. They are very upset about these children who were abused. I just want to show this. So one of the things that I saw that was interesting is suddenly there was a resurgence on Melissa Hortman. Like it was trending this morning, which I was surprised. If you don't know, Melissa Hortman was unalived by somebody who was obviously a right-winger. It's been confirmed that it was a right-winger. And for whatever reason, a bunch of massive accounts on TikTok today, led by Benny Johnson, seem to be coordinating the same message when it comes to Melissa Hortman. I just wanted to show you this. Benny Johnson, this is Melissa Hortman here. Benny Johnson says, now that we're all aware that medical fraud is a multi-billion-dollar industry in Minnesota, can we get some answers about Melissa Hortman's murder? Melissa Hortman is the only Democrat to vote against health care for illegals. She killed the bill. This was her crying about it. This was her saying, if I didn't vote, like I had to vote against this so some funding could get done. I'll play the clip here.
Hurt by that vote. And we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
DFL Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman emotional following the House's adjournment from a special session Monday. Hortman was the lone DFL lawmaker to cast a vote to cut Minnesota Care access for undocumented immigrants. It's a move she made with a heavy heart.
I did what leaders do. I stepped up and I got the job done for the people of Minnesota.
The bill was deeply unpopular with members of the DFL caucus. Members have repeatedly expressed frustration that the bill was part of a compromise, one that would ensure the necessary GOP votes to pass the rest of the state budget.
We are tremendously disappointed and gut-wrenched at this decision, at this compromise that compromises our communities that are most vulnerable.
Hortman knows she let down her own caucus members with the vote.
They're right to be mad at me. I think some of them are pretty angry.
All right. So just to continue here. Now the lies. Hortman and her husband were unalived soon after this vote. Her unaliver was appointed by Tim Walz. Yes and no. Like, stayed on. Was appointed originally by a Republican, but stayed on, as in Minnesota they have a tradition of keeping it bipartisan. The unaliver's wife worked for Tim Walz. I don't know if that's true. The unaliver said Tim Walz ordered the schmurder in his confession letter. Also not true. The killer named Tim Walz multiple times in his arraignment. He had a No Kings flyer in his car. Let me just cover all of this. Let me go here. What was it? Does anybody remember his name? So we can look this up. I'm trying to remember his name. Vance Butler. Is it B-O-E-L Boatler? I don't know how. All right, let's just fact check these. Let's go with the first one. So he wrote a letter and said that Tim Walz had ordered him to do this. Why would Tim Walz order him to do this? The federal prosecutors said there's no evidence to support his claims, which were described as rambling, conspiratorial, and incoherent. They believe that he was suffering from a mental breakdown. He went and he killed he went to 2 different Democrat leaders' houses. He confessed to the shootings, claimed that Walz wanted him to take out Senators Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith so that Walz could run for their Senate seat. Then they found a list of targets, including Tim Walz himself. So he was acting on behalf of Tim Walz while also planning to unalive Tim Walz. Yeah, well, no, I'm telling you, I'm not saying nothing to see here, Larry. I'm giving you the act. Larry, why don't you, how are you fucking this up, Larry? How do you fuck up everything here? I'm giving you the whole story. But they're not. Is Benny Johnson giving you the whole story? I'm giving you what Benny Johnson said, and then I'm giving you the rest of the story. It is unbelievable how out of your way, Larry, you go to not view what's happening here. I'm giving you the whole story. Benny Johnson's giving you half the story. You're mad at me. Okay, has there been So I saw that with Benny Johnson. I was like, all right, that's weird. I don't know why Benny Johnson would bring that up today, but it's probably just Benny Johnson's thoughts. And then I see Libs of TikTok reposting the same video. Melissa Horton was the only Democrat to vote against health care funding for illegals. Right there. She was murdered by Tim Walz appointee a few days later. It's not being spoken. Oh, okay. That seems coordinated. Then I go to C3C, which is obviously, which has been largely confirmed as Russian propaganda. Again, same thing. The only vote to stop healthcare for illegals. Then PNW Conservative, another massive channel or account. Melissa Horton was the only Democrat to vote against healthcare for illegals. This is coordinated. They got the check. This doesn't even make any fucking sense with what we're covering today. It's also being investigated. They're acting like it's not, like there's an ongoing investigation. He's been arraigned. All of this stuff is happening. Why did they suddenly throw this all out there? They accomplished their goal, and this is what's devastating today. Donald Trump is going to distract people away from the Epstein files, which is why they're releasing things the way that they are, and Donald Trump's going to get away with it. He's openly defying the law right now by not releasing the Epstein files. And what they're doing is the same thing he's always done. They release it in bits and pieces. And what they do is they just release evidence that isn't damning just by itself. And then they say, look, this claim can't be corroborated. It's fake. And then they sit on that for a week. And then in comes the next group of evidence. And then they say, look at this evidence all by itself. You can't corroborate it. It's fake. And they will just continue to do this. Oh, why did they censor out a picture of Donald Trump? Doesn't matter. We're not going to tell you why. Why are all these things censored? Have they given us an explanation? No, they haven't given us an explanation. They're only allowed to censor information that protects victims. They're not allowed to censor information that covers for politicians. So when Steve Bannon's phone had a picture of Donald Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell, and they censored it, they blacked it out, that is in violation of the law. Donald Trump should be impeached. It should be unanimous. He is openly defying the law right now. That's an impeachable offense. In fact, Republicans are now campaigning on, you guys have to vote in the midterms or Donald Trump will be impeached and we'll all be thrown in jail. Yeah, because you're breaking the fucking law. This is why they're telling you to look at Minnesota. Anything but what Trump is doing. Anything. So it doesn't matter that Trump is pardoning people who are doing these exact crimes that happened in Minnesota. Doesn't matter at all. Look at Minnesota. Oh, look at Melissa Hortman. Look at these 2 Democrats that were killed, obviously, but like a right-winger, an obvious right-winger. Let's look at that, but let's not look at anything else. Well, Donovan, fun thing about J.D. Vance, which you might know, is Tex still here? That's interesting you bring up J.D. Vance, Donovan, because did you know that currently there are millions of dollars being poured into bot farms to talk about J.D. Vance, to use racial slurs against his wife. They're all actually using the same language. They're using the same slur. And let's see if I can find this. I'll censor it out. I think if I just search these terms, it'll pull up multiple examples. I'm going to show you how coordinated this is. All right. The terms that I searched on Twitter are J.D. Vance, and I can't show these, a slur about his wife. It's the same one. It's a 4-letter slur, starts with a Y, and Chad. There is this weird coordinated effort. Clavicular. Somebody asked me about clavicular last week. I didn't even know who the fuck clavicular was. But he's saying that J.D. Vance is going to win. He said Newsom Moggs. I don't know what the fuck that means. Vance obese, very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is a 6'3" Chad. How are you fat and expect to lead a country? I'm voting Gavin. Then I saw Sneeko say the same exact thing. And now there's this whole movement online of going after JD for being fat, which he's lost some weight. No fan of JD. Ripping his wife for being, is she Indian? Mog means he's better looking. Thank you. And now there's a whole like alt-right movement. By the way, Fuentes is part of that. It's also why Fuentes says he's going to campaign against Vivek because of who Vivek is, not because of his policies, but just because of who Vivek is. Yeah. So good luck with J.D. Vance, because the biggest opposition to J.D. Vance seems to be coming from inside your own party. Good luck with that. All right. Really weird coordinated messaging coming out of there. 20 minutes. Let me read some comments here. Carol said, happy holidays from Antifa, Minnesota chapter. Thank you. We love our Minnesota chapter and Antifa. Looking forward to the potluck at the end of the month for our Antifa end of the month potluck. Belinda, thank you. Matt said, Minnesota, nice. Thank you. It's not coordinated. Nick is just the new leader of the right wing. That's true. Nick Fuentes, by the way, the most popular person on the right is a self-avowed Nazi. Somebody in the chat earlier was saying, why are you saying muted? Somebody in the chat was saying earlier, like, this is what you get for calling us Nazis. Well, how come you guys keep embracing Nazis then? Don't do that anymore. We'll stop calling you that when the leaders of your party aren't that. Yeah, not muted. Thank you. All right, let's get to some economics, then we'll get out of here. I'll update the goal. If you could, we're semi-close on the goal. We got 20 minutes left. If you could help us knock out the rest of that gift goal by the end of the live, that'd be great. This is how we keep the lights on. It's how I keep Jen from quitting. Things would get real bad if Jen quit. First, I want to show you, though, this TikTok from a person who got back from the emergency room and explaining, once again, how healthcare is a scam. I have a shirt idea. I'm working on it. I think you guys are going to like it. But we got to get universal health care.
I have health insurance in the United States, and let me tell you, this system is great if you are a health insurance company. I have a bill right here for an orthopedic doctor that I saw earlier this year. And before I went, I called my insurance company and I said, hey, this is what's going on. I'd like to see an orthopedic doctor for my knee, my elbow, and my shoulder. I need some x-rays. I'll probably need some physical therapy as well because I got pretty banged up. And they said, no worries. This is covered. And I said, what about this place? This place I want to go to. Is this covered? Is this in network and is it covered? And they said, yes, and yes, you're good to go. Here is the bill. $228, $186, $202, $165, $146, $248, and $300. That's the total amount. I'll do the math later. That's how much the whole entire bill was. Insurance paid $81.40, $61.69, and $40 total. That's how much it cost. That's what insurance paid for. So I got this bill and I was like, The remainder of this is insane. I've already paid $150 for all this stuff up front when I first went. I'm not going to pay all that. What's going on? So I went back to this company and I said, hey, can we work something out? So they made a bunch of adjustments, and now I only owe $346 on top of the $150 that I already paid. So insurance covered $181, and I'm going to be out of pocket almost $400. I pay $1,000 a month for insurance. It would have been cheaper if I just didn't have health insurance. I went here, pay it out of pocket, and asked them to adjust it to be lower because I didn't have health insurance. Then if I paid $1,000 a month for insurance and then still had to pay $500, $600 for all of this stuff to get done, that's such a good system. I love it. It's great. It's awesome.
It's so good. Somebody said there's a video of a woman getting a hysterectomy and the insurance denies it. Let me look, see if I can find this. Okay, I haven't seen this yet. Let's pull it up.
Has denied my pre-authorization. United Healthcare has denied my pre-authorization for my radical hysterectomy and treatment for my very severe endometriosis. Pretty much 4 hours before my surgery is supposed to start. I'm already here at the hospital. I'm already set up. I've got my IV going. And my surgery is scheduled for 12:05, and apparently United Healthcare can't meet with my doctor, my surgeon, until noon, and they're requiring to do a peer-to-peer review of the needs for my surgery because they are deeming it not medically necessary. To be clear, I was diagnosed with severe endometriosis, stage 4, and frozen pelvis back in 2018. Which I didn't even know that I had after asking many, many doctors for help until we tried to have kids. And when I started doing IVF, we realized, oh my gosh, you have really advanced endometriosis. My uterus is pretty much fused to both my bladder and my bowel. It's called frozen pelvis. Everything on my insides have been stuck together for years, which caused...
Who said that? They denied it because it was a radical hysterectomy. Fucking liberal hysterectomies. Jen wants me to remind you guys, if we did the dollar trade now, we could knock out that gift goal.
Significant back pain, cramps, heavy periods. So we were literally waiting to the last minute to see if we're actually going to move forward with this surgery or not. I know that I'm not the only person out there who's had to deal with insurance companies and all the crap that's going on, but it's just astonishing to me that this is the world that we live in and that insurance is doing this mostly for money. And I'm relying on a doctor from an insurance company who's never met me.
I don't know what state this was in. Somebody suggested it. I don't know if it says in here. Doesn't say. Anyways, you can watch that. I hadn't seen that one. There's a million stories like that every single day. I just want to cover some economic stuff before we get going here. Midwest said hopping on the dollar train because Jen. Alfredo says for the Red Mountain Antifa monthly dues. Alfredo. I can see Red Mountain right out there. That's close to home. We're neighbors. Let me cover some stuff from Kevin Hassett. Remember, Kevin Hassett is probably going to be the next Fed manager, and he was on, I forgot to write down which he was on. He was on with CNBC, and he was asked specifically about Trump's pressuring of private business and taking ownership stake in private businesses. One of the things that we can't convince any of you Republicans to care about is that Donald Trump is taking money and directing private businesses what to do. And then he's taking a stake in those private businesses, and he's cutting out like deals where if they work with the companies that give him money through his cryptocurrency, then he'll get rid of like the export controls and the tariffs. Republicans don't seem to care about that either. No, I've never seen this happen. Rabbit Hole. Can you point to me, Rabbit Hole, a Democratic president who was directly taking controlling interest? Or not controlling interest, but a stake of a company? Can you tell me what Democrat said, you have to give us part of your company? The closest I could think of was when Obama did bailouts and he forced them to pay back the bailout money. This is what Russia does. It's what China does. It's socialism. It's that thing that you guys hate. It's weird that you don't care about it. I actually think it's not. I actually think it's kind of a good idea. I wish that Trump wasn't using it to benefit himself. I wish he was choosing better companies to partner with. But yeah, I don't remember this ever happening. FDR maybe. Did FDR take ownership of any companies? He was kind of Trumpian in that he just like didn't give a fuck. He's just like, yeah, you can't do shit to me, Congress. But I'm looking. I don't see any evidence that he did. He wanted government-owned utilities. No, I don't see that at all. Anyways, here's Kevin Hassett's response to that.
One other curiosity this last couple of weeks, Kevin, has been the president kind of leaning into corporates. He called some insurance executives fat cats last week. Yesterday, kind of weighed in on whether or not defense companies should be issuing dividends at all relative to their production budgets. How much more aggressive do you expect him to get?
Well, I think President Trump is really putting the American people first. And he does that, sometimes with pressure and sometimes with action. I think that one of the things that he's concerned about in the defense sector is that there aren't a lot of firms producing weapons, and the weapons that they do produce cost lots and lots of money. We've had examples of submarines that, we buy and then they don't even deliver and so on. And so he's putting a lot of pressure on these companies that don't have a lot of competition and are charging a lot of money for, at times, things that don't even get delivered. But in the end, the president believes...
Which, for the record, I'm fine with. I'm good with that. One of the things that Trump does do is he hates paying full price for anything. So if he's going after military contractors, fine. But at the same time, he's handing out military contracts to his son's companies and companies like Anduril, who have no experience doing this. So I'm concerned. On the one side, I love that. I like that he's going to like Boeing and trying to negotiate lower prices. I think that's a good thing. On the other hand, he seems to be handing out contracts to people who have no record of being able to deliver on these contracts.
In free enterprise, and that's why he's so happy that there are so many groundbreakings right now for new factories. We've counted up to 35 now since September. And so when you hear him talking about the trillions of new investment, the trillions of new factory investment in the U.S., then we're actually monitoring it by groundbreakings now, but that increases competition. It also puts downward pressure on prices.
So for those...
Yeah. Anduril, Eli, check out Anduril. I'm going to do more on Anduril later this week. But then we have to cover one more thing that is frustrating for me, and it's frustrating for all of us who cover this administration. The ability to lie right to your face over and over, specifically when it comes to tariffs. Now, this administration repeatedly has told us that tariffs are paid by other countries and not the businesses in this country. And that American consumers aren't paying tariffs. And Kevin Hassett's going to get stuck here. And shout out to, this is, I don't remember their first name, Quintanilla is the journalist here. Shout out for asking the right question on CNBC.
Prices.
So for those free marketers or fans of capitalism out there who...
Time out real quick. Rabbit Hole, I'm going to need you to pay attention better. I spent 45 minutes on the fraud in Minnesota today. I spent way more time on the fraud in Minnesota than I did on Trump's fraud. So for you to say that there's only one right side is silly, right? I don't like any fraud. And no president has ever done what Trump is doing here. I think that what you see is that you have a very fraudulent administration. And you want me to say that everybody is just as fraudulent as Trump, and they're just not. But that's what we've covered. Well, you don't watch my show, but you say that that's what I say? I want you guys to pay. I want you guys to start doing this like, oh, there's fraud on the right too. I want you to start caring when there's fraud on the right. It seems like you only care about fraud on the left. It's not a straw man. I'm responding directly to you, you silly goose. I read your message word for word, and now I'm responding to you. Is it straw manning? Okay, thank you. I'm glad we're on the same page then. Welcome.
prices.
So for those free marketers or fans of capitalism out there who worry about a company maybe not going along with his pressure campaign on prices, they can resist it without fear of retribution?
You know, I think that President Trump respects the Justice Department and the FTC's antitrust team. And
Excuse me, this was the wrong video. I'm so sorry, but we'll keep going with it.
Apologies, there's a big loud truck going by right now. I'll speak a little louder. You know, he'll adhere to the rule of law, but you know, the companies that he's talking about are not the mainstream countries in the U.S. It's not the typical countries. They're the ones that have a high concentration.
Kevin, we know it's a live construction zone. Appreciate the time. Hope you have a good holiday.
Thank you,
Kevin
too.
Hassett.
All right, here's the clip I was talking about on the tariff. Sorry, I don't even know what that, why I even added that clip in there. That was a fun one. Hope you enjoyed it. Now, this is Margaret Brennan pressing him on tariffs.
We really expect the Supreme Court is going to side with us. And I also think that if they didn't side with us, that it's going to be pretty unlikely that they're going to call for widespread refunds, because it would be an administrative problem to get those refunds out to there.
What he's talking about is the Supreme Court ruling on whether or not Donald Trump can specifically impose these IEEPA tariffs without Congress, whether he can do it unilaterally. Most people think that the Supreme Court's going to rule against Trump here. Most of the experts I've seen. That doesn't mean shit, though, because the Supreme Court surprised us before. But the part of this clip that I want you to focus on is that he just is about to admit that these tariffs cost Americans money.
Be an administrative problem to get those refunds out to there. But basically, whoever paid the tariff, like actually cut the check to buy the thing, would be the person who would be getting the refund if there were one.
Doesn't the administration claim it was the country that paid that? You're saying the company.
It would be like I'm not talking about the incidence, right? That so the incidence of the tariff. So in the end,
whoops. I thought other countries paid tariffs. Where are my MAGA here? Are you guys? Do you know yet? Have you figured out yet that other countries can't pay tariffs, or are you still believing that lie? Just MAGA only. Raise your hand if you think other countries pay us tariffs. I just want to see where we're at. It's been slowly coming down. But if you're MAGA in here, or if you voted for Trump, just a thumbs up if you think other countries pay tariffs. I want to see that real quick. While we're waiting, Natalie said nasal surgery. January 6th, hope they don't do to me what they did to them. Sheila said insurance denied claim when I overdosed $96,000. Jesus. Michelle, thanks for joining the dollar train. Midwest T said hopping on the dollar train because Jen is hot. That's a good reason. Appreciate that. I'll jump over here. Thank you, Nicole. Sully said, sorry I'm late. I'm on vacation. Just finished snowboarding for the day. Love you all. Enjoy, Sully. Good to see you, brother. Paul said, Jen, if you quit, come work for me. Amber said, paying my Antifa dues. Thanks for the reminder, Minnesota. Thank you very much. All right. Thumbs up. All right. Great news. You're going to learn something new today, Brandon. Other countries don't pay tariffs. That's not how it works. They can't. We can't tax other countries. Ryan said, for the daily fight for sanity, these fucking morons are the reason we are in this situation. Fuck them. I agree. Fuck Kevin Hassett.
Who pays the tariff depends on elasticities of supply and demand. And we know that China cut the price a lot, so that the post-tariff price from Chinese goods is about what it was before the tariff. But the people who pay the tariff,
when he talks about elasticity, what he's talking about is the pricing. He's saying that, like, for some of these products, China cut their own margins. That's still not China paying the tariff, right? We're still paying the tariff because China can't pay the tariffs to us. But it also isn't borne out in the data. The data says that pass-through tariffs are happening, and it is costing American consumers more. And specifically, American businesses have had to cut their margins and make less on their profits because of these tariffs.
The refund, the people who actually paid for the good, the importer in most cases, they're the ones who...
Are tariffs used for negotiations? They can be. You can use anything for negotiations. The question you should be asking, rabbit hole, is have those negotiations benefited us? I would say no. I would say that Trump's tariff strategy has been a catastrophic failure. I think we've decimated our trade with many important trade partners, and prices are going up, inflation's going up. So nobody said that you can't use tariffs to negotiate, but Trump didn't do a very good job with it.
The first line of defense for refunding the tariff, but I really, really don't think that's going to happen. It'd be very complicated, and then that person would be responsible for allocating the tariff refund to the appropriate folks.
That sounds like a mess.
Yes, it is a mess, and that's why I think the Supreme Court wouldn't do it.
Well, we'll wait and see. I want to quickly
question. So, what did I wanted to respond to one of those things. I'll respond to you guys now. We've got a little time. Why are American manufacturers rebuilding their American factories and closing factories abroad? Some are, some aren't. If you want to talk about like Hyundai, a lot of these manufacturing projects started under the Biden administration because of tax subsidies from the Chips and Science Act or the infrastructure bill. So a lot of these things were already in the works. I'm trying to think, can anybody give me a specific example of an American manufacturer who, under the Trump administration, decided to build here that didn't already have a plan in place? I'm sure it exists, but I don't know. Okay, well, great. Give me some examples, please. Give me some examples of companies who have reshored American manufacturing due to these tariffs. There's got to be some. I'm sure some exist. I don't know any off the top of my head. Kevin, you've been here all day. You must know some. Oh, wait. Yeah, Jim Beam's closing its distillery in Kansas. That's true. In fact, I have that on the outline here. They're just pausing production, but while I'm waiting for examples, we'll play that video.
Overseas sales are down. They've got plenty of whiskey.
Boeing expanding 8 in Canada and laying off in the U.S. Okay, so none there. Kodak. Okay, let me look at Kodak real quick while this is playing.
They shut down for a year.
A Louisville bourbon historian there reacting to the latest announcement that a major bourbon maker is halting production at its main distillery. Michael Veach says overproduction, low overseas sales, and tariffs are at play. A Jim Beam spokesperson says it's pausing all bourbon distilling at the main campus for 20.
Okay, so Kodak, it says their primary manufacturing happens at the vast Eastman Business Park in Rochester, so it was already here. And now they are doing recent upgrades, which started in 2024, and they also have a facility in Guadalajara, Mexico. So it looks like that started under the Biden administration. So 0 for 1. We'll keep going with this.
26.
Anybody else?
WHAS 11's Alexander Goldberg and
Kodak
photojournalist Jessica Farley with the story.
They've got enough whiskey in the warehouses now. They just don't need the production.
Kentucky bourbon mainstay Jim Beam is halting production at its main distillery for the 2026 calendar year.
Well, it makes sense.
Bourbon historian Michael Veach of Louisville says the news doesn't come as a surprise.
HP. What did HP say with manufacturing? Somebody mentioned that. HP additive manufacturing adoption through portfolio expansion. What did HP do? Looks like the news I'm seeing, they plan to build millions of computers in Saudi Arabia. HP, that's HP Hood. HP teams up with NVIDIA to create a factory in the EU. Okay, so 0 for 2.
I'm surprised there's not more of them that are pausing production.
Saying they have plenty of whiskey to sell, but there's external factors at play.
Trump's tariffs and the trade war and the fact that bourbon is not selling as well overseas.
Jim Beam says
Jeffrey, what companies are moving out of China and moving to the United States? We're 0 for 2 so far. Do you guys legitimately not have an example? GE? Okay, I'll check out GE. Thank you, Rabbit Hole.
Campus will keep bottling and warehousing, and 2 satellite campuses will continue to distill. Employees are unionized under United Food and Commercial Workers. A local 111D spokesperson said the distillery employees are being reassigned within the company, and as of now, there are no layoffs.
As far as visitor experience, it's the horse that we ride.
Troy Beam with Bullitt County.
So I see GE Appliances to invest $3 billion in U.S. manufacturing. When did they announce this? It's owned by China. Okay. Oh, okay. Here's where it is. The multi-billion-dollar pledge builds on previously announced investments and expansions GE Appliances made over the summer. This was from when was the date here? August 14th. Company announced in June a $490 million project at its appliance. So these are, so this is already here. They're going to change their washer and dryer manufacturing from China to here. So they're going to reshore washer and dryer manufacturing. Okay, so we got one. Good. All right, 1 for 3. Anybody? Any other ones?
Tourism says the change won't impact the visitor experience.
They've got so many other things to show and to be creative with cocktails and tastings, and you got the kitchen table restaurant that none of that stuff is going to be bothered.
For the Kentucky bourbon industry at large, the new year will bring changes to how much distilleries are paying the state. Companies like Jim Beam will begin to see a reprieve from the barrel tax starting in 2026. It's a tax on aging barrels, like the ones in this rickhouse.
It's something that no other state does, and it's kind of unfair.
The Kentucky Distillers Association says this year distilleries are fronting $75 million in the barrel tax. But next year, there will be a 4% reduction. It's the start to a 20-year phase-out plan.
That's good news. It is a small amount. 4% of 16 million is still not that much in the overall scheme of it.
Veach says it's gradual, but it's a start to cutting down taxes on some 16.1 million barrels sitting in Kentucky warehouses. In Bullitt County, Alexandra Goldberg, WHAS 11 on your side.
The visitor center at the main campus will remain open, including the restaurant. A spokesperson says visitors can still have the full Beam experience at their campus in Claremont.
This Apple press release is interesting because it's not saying what they're reshoring. They're saying they're going to build this big manufacturing plant in Houston. But it doesn't say, and it says it's going to reshore some manufacturing, but it doesn't even explain. The facility will manufacture servers for Apple's AI services and private cloud compute. It's an expansion of an existing complex in Harris County. And it's in a partnership with Foxconn, which isn't Foxconn Chinese owned? I don't know what they're reshoring there. You guys can figure it out. Not sure. Does anybody know what they're reshoring? No idea. Fox is a gun. Nice. Stupid. Right. This guy, Fox, said manufacturing bankruptcies hit a high this year that we haven't seen since 2008. That's a good point. Manufacturing bankruptcies are at highs we haven't seen since 2008. You can look that up. Lee said Daily Truth News. Thank you. And Teresa says, keep telling the truth. Keep talking about the massive investments in the automotive companies. What massive investments are we talking about? Yeah, that Mike. Foxconn's the business that said they were going to make chips, and then the city fronted the money, and then they didn't. Yeah, exactly. All right, so I don't think we reshored too much, but at least Jim Beam, we can't sell Jim Beam anymore, which is honestly, like, whatever you think about Jim Beam, whatever you think about what they're doing, it is a direct result of Donald Trump going into a trade war with Canada that we didn't like. What did we benefit from that? I have no idea the benefits we got in slapping tariffs on Canadian goods. Can you guys tell me? Canada seems to be winning that battle. Not to insult your viewers, but Foxconn was a failed business Trump push. Yeah, that's what they were just saying. Am I in favor of other countries using tariffs? If not, why wouldn't we use them? I don't care if other countries. I don't care if we use tariffs. Rabbit hole. Sometimes I think we simplify this conversation. I like shovels. If I need to dig a hole in my backyard, I'll use a shovel. I don't use it to slice bread. It's the way that it's being used that I have a problem with. tariffs generally are meant to like protect American products. That's what, like Biden used tariffs. Biden slapped 100% tariff on Chinese-made electric vehicles. And he had to do that. If he would have allowed BYD to come into our country, it would have killed Tesla. It would have killed GM and Ford's electric vehicle manufacturing because they're so much better. In fact, I've got a video about that here. So sometimes it can be used for good things. If you're using it to reshore jobs, I don't have a problem with tariffs in general. But we've got to explain like what the tariffs are doing. Like when we slap tariffs on these countries that import coffee, we don't make coffee. So we just had more expensive coffee. When we slap tariffs on Chinese goods that we don't produce and we have no intention on producing, it didn't make any sense. It just made prices go up. It's about using the tool correctly, and I don't think Donald Trump used the tool correctly. It's pretty obvious that he didn't, and he lied to you guys every single day about what tariffs were. I've spent most of this year trying to convince Republicans, MAGA Republicans, that tariffs are paid by Americans. It's only been in the last couple of months where the Trump administration has been forced to admit that. But yeah, tariffs are fine. Just use them correctly. Is there another angle? Well, rabbit hole. What did we get from it? I'm fine. Like, I could have been wrong. I thought Trump's decision to use tariffs the way that he did from the very beginning was wrong. But I could have been wrong. I didn't think it was going to work, but he could have proved me wrong. I could have been wrong. I could have been sitting here today going, you know what? It actually fucking worked. But that's why I'm asking for data here. Did it work? And when I asked the chat for data on did it work or did it not work, you saw what happened. Nobody was really able to cite like, oh, this is the big benefit that we're getting from tariffs. No, he did lie. He said other countries pay the tariffs. Josh, that's a lie. If Donald Trump says other countries pay the tariffs and we pay the tariffs, that's a lie. Production, yeah. So his steel and aluminum tariffs, I think a lot of that was on Canada too. Though, like if we reshore that, then sometimes it's okay. So I don't think everything he did with tariffs was wrong, but he literally slapped tariffs on every country at once. Josh, what negotiating power does he have? What new trade deals have we announced? What are these new trade deals that are better than the last ones? Well, we covered GE. I don't think GE's already here. I think you guys are hoping the tariffs work. I think best case scenario, if tariffs worked, you guys will see it next year. And we're going to have to see a big change, but you might start seeing it next year if it worked. I see no evidence that it's going to work. And you guys can't provide any evidence that it's worked. You're just hoping. I know you're just still saying balancing tariffs with trading partners is not a bad thing. Nobody's saying it is. He didn't do that. He just slapped tariffs on everybody at the exact same time, the same percentage, universally. He tariffed a country or an island that had no people. It's entirely inhabited by penguins, and he slapped a tariff on them. Long-term goals are not realized overnight. I agree. But what's the evidence that they're working? Anyways, I want to show you this from China. This is crazy. This is the new fast chargers for BYD vehicles. This is why Biden's tariffs were great for American auto manufacturers and Tesla. Because if we allowed the Chinese to bring their technology over here, auto manufacturing in this country would die. This is if you have a electric vehicle and you've ever charged one. We're now getting electric vehicles that charge at about the same rate as it takes to fill up a gas tank. Not here, but in China. Can we go back to that? That's crazy. That's why there's a tariff on those vehicles. You know what? When I was down in Mexico last month, I saw some electric vehicles, not Tesla, not Ford, not GM. It was almost exclusively BYDs down there. It's Chinese propaganda. Okay. Yeah, it's fast, probably faster than your phone. Yeah, that's right. They're way ahead of us. So that's a time when you say, like, this is going to kill American manufacturing if we allow BYD in here. We'll slap 100% tariff. Because basically, like, a BYD vehicle, their cheapest one was like 25 grand. I think Tesla's at the time, the last time I checked, was like 35 grand. So if you take a base model Tesla and a base model BYD, the BYD is a better car. And it's $10,000 less. But if you take that BYD and slap 100% tariff on it, now it's $50,000. Now you're willing to sacrifice that $15,000 for the Tesla because even though the BYD is better, it's not significantly better. It's not $15,000 better. But if you had a better option at a cheaper price, you wouldn't buy a Tesla. Yeah, we can't have nice things. No. China would import into the U.S. China would love to sell BYDs in the U.S. In fact, there were a lot of people trying to get around it by going and buy their cars in Mexico and bringing them back. But we won't let them. That's why I have a Nissan Leaf. I've seen those cars. They're tiny. All right. Was there anything else? Let me see if there was anything else I wanted to cover today. I think I got it all. All right. Let me get last messages. I'll update the goal. Amber said, have you seen what's going on with silver and banking? I saw it right before. I saw it actually last night. I'm going to put it on the outline tomorrow. Apparently, there's a bank that, from what I understand, there's a bank that holds a lot of silver and it just went under. That's as much as I know. But I intend on reading that tonight. Make sure I got all these. Let's see. Update 6.6. Do an update here. As a reminder, while this is playing, by the way, our non-sponsor sponsor would like to tell you something. Like, nobody's as soft as a conservative. Ladies, you know what I'm talking about. Those conservative men are soft as shit. That's why every time you go to a conservative podcast, it's like, and now to our sponsor, Blue Chew. Your dick can work again. You don't have to scream at women when your dick doesn't work. This'll fix it. That'll fix it. All right. Reminder, for all paid members, we are watching 2 episodes of Dope Sick tonight. Jen, is that at 5 Pacific? What time? Or is it 6 Pacific?
Yep.
5 Pacific? Okay. 5 Pacific tonight. We'll watch, so it'll be 2 hours. We'll see if we can figure out the mic situation. I don't know why when we play a movie, I can't speak on the mic. We'll try and figure that out before we go. But we'll be there. I guess that's in 4 hours. If you're not a paid member, make sure that you sign up for a paid membership either through YouTube, TikTok, or Twitch before tonight, and then you got to join the Discord. We watch it in there. Am I missing any other announcements, Jen? I'm way late. I didn't realize that.
I just want to remind everybody that if you are in the Discord, you do need to link your TikTok or your YouTube or your Twitch to Discord. I'll repost the instructions on how to do that if you haven't done that before. So.
Okay, awesome. We'll see you tomorrow morning. If we don't see you tonight, bright and early every weekday morning, 8:30 a.m. to noon-ish Pacific Standard Time, right here wherever you're watching today. To all our MAGA friends, I hope you come back tomorrow. Thanks for being here and participating. Take care of yourselves. Stay cute and cool. And have a great, great summer.